Good evening, friends. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're having a good Monday. Hope you're ready to hang out and play Monster Train 2 because that's the plan all week. Yeah, played a lot of this last week already. Definitely going to be playing a whole lot more this week. We got all the Pyre Hearts unlocked, got all the clans unlocked, so we're just going to be doing random Covenant 10 unless people have special requests. That's the plan for the time being. And there we go. Gonna be doing random Covenant 10 versus Titans, because that's the fun way for me to play. Anyways, so we're starting off with Lion's Mane, which I don't hate. We've only played her like once on stream so far, and I do really like her as a champion. Infectory's good. Windblade I think is fine, a bit overrated. Demonic Fledgling is solid. And we do have, unfortunately we don't have Just Cause, which does make the Demonic Fledgling a fair bit weaker, but that's okay. And Echo the Time Father is fine. It's, I would say, among the worst of the Pyre Hearts, but it still can do some work. Now, what do I want here? Wingsteel I like, though I do think it is dramatically weaker than it is in Monster Train 1. Lion's Mane does have an Incant path. I'm trying to remember which path we played with her, though. Okay, so we already did her Incant path. So ideally I'm going to pick either of the other two paths anyways. Just because I would like to fill out the whole logbook. And we've got a ways to go on that with most of the champions. Yeah, I mean, like, we're making progress, but we got a ways to go. Anyways, Split Anvil is probably what we're taking, especially because Underlegion does have a good common, like, 3-cost card in Rot, and so like, that would be a good target for use with Split Anvil. Also, Banished has several like good 2 or 3 cost cards, and so again, just like making one of those hold over something would be great with Split Anvil. So we'll go ahead and do that. Also, it's Knockback Archeon, Spike Scale, and Entropy Seraph. One note with Entropy Seraph is we do have to contend with the Silence dudes, which are truly the worst unit of all time. Okay, so we got Spore Singer, which is action, so it happens every time right before she attacks. Apply Decay 1 to enemy units, and when a unit gains Decay, it gains +2 stacks. So, taking that. So she's just automatically going to Decay every turn. Hello, June August, how you doing? But yeah, we're going to need some way to do with the silencers because they are truly just the worst thing of all time. And I feel like I had something else to say and I don't remember what it was, so that's fine. You're going there with a buddy. Fledgling goes up top with a buddy, and we're going to try to give him the Windblade. Although I actually probably should have put him up front so he could get the Valor, but that's fine. Woke up this morning, my neck aches. That is a very relatable feeling. I'm just gonna give you the Decay rather than the doing the second Infectory. Okay, but we did get some kills, and we luckily have enough to do that. And I guess we'll give you the Windblade and just take a damage. We do have just built-in wave clear with Lion's Mane, which is pretty nice. And then that's a fairly easy kill. We're just going to try to bulk up a bit. And I guess give you a Windblade, even though you don't have time to really value it. I should have given that to the Shield Steward up top. But I don't think it matters, really. Yeah. Like, I could have just gone to the next turn and not taken the damage from the Vengeful Shard, and he would have died to the Decay anyways. One cool thing about this path is that she does keep building up decay even in Relentless, which is very different from her other path. Do I want Wax Cap? Maybe. Sap 3 is good, and it does work with rally things. Maybe. I don't know that we really want it right here, but it's not bad. Yeah, Cheery Death Cap is the decay version of that. And I kind of want that. Ideally, we probably want, like, Spore Launcher, though the fact that Spore Launcher's 3 capacity right now makes it much harder to utilize something like Cheery Death Cap or Wax Cap, what it is. Yeah, just Wax Cap. I thought it had some qualifier to it. It does not. But it does make it harder to utilize something like that, especially if we also have the Infectory room, because when this dies, or when any enemies die, it'll be generating fungi, which will also take up capacity. And even with just a fungi, we're going over our capacity unless we also hit, like, Smidgestone for this. But, whatever. I also just like spawning pods. Honestly surprised that I haven't mastered it already. We'll take that. Divinity is solid. Cleave is also, like, good. It's less good with what we're doing here, but I'm gonna take Divinity, especially because we have Split Anvil. Well, I really want Holdover for the Split Anvil, but I also badly want, like, Underlegion units. So that's what we're doing. Okay. So Puffball's not bad. Like, it is pretty solid, and it works decently with Lion's Mane. Especially if I have Dualism for it right here, and also I might be able to stack Valor on it with Divinity. But it doesn't solve all of my problems, and it's particularly bad into the stupid silencers, because somebody out there thinks that they're a good idea. They are not. Also, it does basically lock me out of using Infectory unless I get a way to advance. But I'll take it. Quick is not bad on the Demonic Fledgling, but I'm not sure that I want to bother building that. I could, like, start building him on another floor, but I think we don't want to do that. I could also just, like, give him the Valor upgrade. I don't think I need to do that either, though. Mark of Invasion's a bit of a problem, but most because I did want to be set up on, like, bottom floor, but I might then not do that. Okay, we're gonna set up like this, and I might leak a little bit, but that's fine. Oh, never mind. You have haste, which is exactly why I was not supposed to do this. Totally spaced out that was, like, the entire reason that I wasn't supposed to do that. Anyways, we'll do this, and that's fine. I could also set her up top floor, and that'd be okay. I might leak some enemies. I'm not too worried about it. But I just very explicitly did not want to do that. Okay, whatever. Take a little bit of damage. That's fine. I was hoping we were going to get Spore Touch. Yeah, so we could have killed one of those guys, but it's not that big a deal. Well, you die. You get that. And then we just continue ignoring the Vengeful Shards, because why would we ever care about Vengeful Shards? And then we just apply a whole lot of Decay. Was really hoping for the Divinity before now, but hey. Because unfortunately now it's going to be too late to get the armor from it, which was kind of the whole point. But I guess we just do that, which most of the way kills him. Yeah, and then he's super dead, like, very, very well and truly dead. Ta-da! Because we do build up Decay at a pretty rapid rate. Yeah, like, I'm pretty okay with doing Rot. Gooey Flask is also quite good. It's not as good with Puffball, because we do need things to attack into Puffball. Also, the Rot is a way to kill the Silencers, so I will take that. Could take Challenge for speeding up Dominion. I don't think that matters. I don't think we need another Divinity, but I honestly might take it. You know what? I'll take it. Okay. There are things I want here. Like Loam Coat is pretty solid. I'm gonna go here, though, because I want to try to fix my spells. Okay. Do I care about Swordbane? At the moment, I don't. What equipment are available to me? I don't care about Blood Suit or Death Suit. Shield of Wing is pretty good. Loam Coat would be good. Not that I have anything, like, great to pair the Loam Coat with at the moment, but still would be good. Is that really the only Underlegion equipment? I guess it is. Yeah, and I guess Pyroborn has more than I think they do. And then obviously there's all the neutral stuff. Which, like, Meat Shield could be okay. I really don't like Stoic Plate Mail, but it's sort of fine. And then I'm missing something. Yeah, so there's another Underlegion. And yeah, it's Mitosis Cap. That's what that one is. I knew there was another one from Underlegion that I was forgetting. Yeah, there's not like a ton of them that would matter to me. But, like, there's some. I'm gonna skip on the Sword Maiden. I don't know that I really need double stack. I could do -2 and then remove consume. I don't think I need to do that, though. Well, not what I was hoping for. Not what I was hoping for at all, but that's fine. Alright. This once exquisite statue of a warrior angel defeating an imp has been defaced by the Titan of Savagery. Poor little imp. Sinewy veins cover the statue, pulsing with strength and intensity. They seem to sense your presence, shifting as you approach, as if to invite you to touch the statue. You could take the Titan's power, but at what cost do you reach out to touch the statue? Alright, so, all of these give the Savagery Blight, which is Savage Shackles, which is unpurgeable and deployable, so it starts in deployment phase. Units in hand cost +1 energy. But we could get Titan Skin 5, which would be pretty solid on the Puffball. Sadly, I don't have Titanite for him first, otherwise that would be a very potent combination. Savage Heart, Rage 5, and Revenge permanently gain Rage 1, which is cool. I don't think we really want to put that on our Puffball, though. Hello, Edwin. How you doing? Or Savage Spirit, which is +2 attack for every missing 1 HP, which I think is pretty underwhelming. The Blade is kind of annoying, but I do think Titan Skin 5 is just pretty worth it here. So we're going to do that. Again, it would have been really nice if we had gotten like Titanite on that first, or even just like Large Stone, but I didn't see those as options before. You touch the Angel's Shield. As you do so, pieces of Savagery's corruption latch onto you, twisting deep inside. The armored skin of the shield has been imbued onto you, and in exchange, the Titan Scourge is now a part of your soul. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't get what I was hoping for here. I am going to do this, though, and it's going to look a little weird. Oh, no, I forgot. That doesn't really work the way that I wanted it to. Whoops. Well, that was a mistake. That's fine. We'll deal with it. It's sort of workable later anyways, but I spaced out. And I knew there was a reason I wasn't doing it. Anyways, Archeon knockback is quite bad for us, but we'll see what we can do. Got my Titan kill after 33 hours. I'll never forget this run. Very nice. Okay, so you start there and you're going to cause problems, but we'll at least give you that. So I'm going to actually just freeze this in hand so we can maybe use the spawning pods to delay catastrophic results. Which is to say, we're going to do this so that you don't get knocked back. Yeah, we get sapped. Who cares? We're not doing damage via attack anyways. But yeah, we just want the Puffball to stay in front if we can. Yeah, unfortunately, can't play that out. And I actually probably should have done some of the Valor up here. That's okay. We'll get rid of you. Involve 3 Dualism Small Stone Spore Launchers, 2 Endless Green Recruits, Footstooled Infectionary, and all the Decay Artifact. The explosions are a beautiful sight to behold. Yeah, there's a lot that can be done with the artifacts of Underlegion. I mean, just in general, there's a lot that can be done. It's a very cool clan. God, you're at 1 HP. Fuck, I didn't realize you were so low. And unfortunately, we have one more wave where you're going to knock back unless I can somehow stop that, which is not the case, which is a problem. Well, sorry, Alliance main, but you're gonna get killed in a moment. At least you have a tiny bit of Valor on you, and the Puffball is still gonna do massive work against Archeon. Yeah, easily we have this, no surprise. Especially since we can also turn our Spore touches into Decay 4, which is pretty nice. And he dies pretty quickly. Yeah, Lion's Mane is cool. I really like Lion's Mane. Eagle Heart is great. I don't think it's what we want right now. Racking Pain, I don't think we need, but I'm probably going to take. Fungi in a suit is cute, but we'll take this. It does give us the Calcified Ember. Oh, wow. I'm not going to worry about those. So a second Prickly Puffball is okay, but I would rather just dupe the one I've got. Now, do I want Ember? I think I want Capacity, or not Capacity, Draw. It's a bit awkward. I have a lot of problems to overcome at the moment. But nonetheless. I guess I'm going here. I don't dislike Artificial Pyre Stone. I'm not sure I super need it on this run, but it's not bad to have. And I should have done this first. We are not taking Dante. I find myself picking Ember first more than any other boss. In fact, yeah, I would agree with that. I heavily lean towards that. Alright, so it just goes up to further decay bonus. I see title as 3 randoms. Are there triple clan combos? No. But what there are Pyre Hearts now. And so I've set it to random main clan, random secondary clan, random Pyre Heart. The deploy phase has really changed boss artifact evaluation. Yeah, for sure. We need random now. DLC content. I mean, it is already random. But, yeah. I think it's still worth to buy Guild Marker here. Although I can't quite afford that. I didn't do the math. That's fine. I can probably get away without that. Random. Hard to remember how many I typed. We demand DLC with Wormkin coming back. I badly want Wormkin back. I want it so bad. Although, like, I've said this before, but one thing, if Wormkin do come back, I really want them to, in some way, preserve the unit fusions. Because I just think it's a really cool mechanic, and I do miss it, as much as I like Monster Train 2 already. And I understand why they didn't want to do the unit fusions for a number of reasons. But I really like the mechanic. And in addition, I feel like because Wormkin came out at the same time as part of that DLC, I feel like a lot of their units, or at least some of their units, were designed with the expectation in mind that you could do the fusion. And so I would love it for, even if they don't want to bring back the fusion as a whole, to at least bring it back in some way for Wormkin. Even if it's only for, like, the egg units. For instance, like, that's what makes Bogfly Chrysalis such a cool unit, is that it effectively gets to double whatever you fuse into it. And so, like, even if they wanted to just make it an egg mechanic thing, with the kind of, like, flavor of, like, they're inheriting the parents' genes or whatever, I think that would still work well. And would preserve some of what makes some of those units really cool. But, you know, I don't really expect them to do that, even if that is what I personally want. But yeah, Wormkin as a whole I really want back. They are definitely my favorite Monster Train 1 clan. Well, this is the problem with not having taken extra draw. Not extra draw, extra Ember. Embers, we're gonna do this. To freeze that. Really wish that it didn't drag me up to the Pyre room. That's fine. Because he hits twice and we've got dualism and all that, like, he ends up with a lot of decay just for attacking into us, because he's a chump like that. And then we're gonna use this and just make everything free. I'll actually leave that in hand. And I may as well spawn that there because we don't actually want that on the other floor. I'm also really curious what they have in mind for, like, new clans. Since presumably they want to do new clans at some point. Not that they have to, but I expect it's something they're going to do and something that I want to see. I definitely have thoughts for like things I would like to see. I think the number one thing that I and a lot of other people want to see is like a construct clan, like something using kind of the design cues of the stewards, ideally headed by Herzl and Hef, since Herzl is now back in the story. Oh yeah, I did forget we're up against Corrin. Doesn't really matter. We have the kill here, and so I may as well just play out the Vengeful Shards and, you know, do this. But I would really like to see that. I also have thoughts for, like, a Ghost Clan. There are a lot of, like, cool things that could be done. Yeah, turns out, Puffball with Lion's Mane does a lot of guaranteed value. Okay, so what are we looking at? Wax Cap, again, good, except less good with the whole Puffball situation. Unearthed Treasure. Draw one random spell from your consume pile that isn't Unearthed Treasure. If there are at least 5 cards in the consume pile, draw one more. The problem is the only consume spell we have is Spawning Pods, which I don't really want right now. Obviously, I could take it in the hopes of getting something else to use it with. I'm not going to. It's a great card, just not right now. I do like Everlasting Light, obviously. Bloodsoaked Arena doesn't really do anything to us. Begone is pretty unnecessary for us. I think we'll just skip this. I'm glad they explored the rally design space. It's really powerful. Yeah, I love that they expanded upon that, because, like, it's a cool mechanic that had barely any representation in Monster Train 1. There's literally one player unit that has it, and that's specifically on one champion pathway. So I thought it was super cool to see how that was expanded into a full clan. Like, obviously, Under Legion has other things going on too, but its main focus is definitely Rally, and they did a very good job, I think, for finding ways to, like, make Rally cool. Yeah, it's just such a cool clan to me. I love it. I don't know what I'd want to do. The Divinity is okay. I mean, I want to use the Rot more often, but I really want to, like, hold over for the Rot. I think we want to go here and just remove things and look for, like, something. I don't know. Mushy Room is okay. Overgrowth Carapace is interesting. Ow. Oh, the cat clawed the back of my shirt, and I did not know that she was about to do that. It was very unexpected. I was about to say, I don't know what unit we would want here. I think we're still taking the Death-Capped Prophet. The problem is I'm not actually rallying. But maybe I still want him anyways? He's a great unit, but, like, we're very much not the deck to utilize him. Unless I find some way to advance, in which case I could start using the Infectory and still get the Puffball up front. In which case that would work just fine. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, fine, I'll take it. I don't think it really helps me, though. Especially this late in the run. Mushy Room is fine. More Puff. The problem with Puffball is that, like, I don't get any value out of putting a second one down on the floor. Except as far as, like, killing bosses. And I don't really care about that right now. Ooh. You don't say. 1 on floor 1 and 1 4 2. Yes, correct, but that is not as good as I want it to be. Like, it's fine. It's just not really what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, so we're taking a Hall of Mirrors, although this has definitely destabilized my plans dramatically. God Wing, though, easily my favorite equipment. It is very good. It is, unfortunately, not good into the silence enemies, because, once again, they are just the worst enemies in the game, because they're just restrictive and lame and boring. I'm never going to stop complaining about them. Just be forewarned. I have been constantly trying to annoy the devs into removing them, and they see it differently than I do. But, hey. We're taking Hall of Mirrors. We are making it deployable, although I have so... Do I actually want to make that deployable? Like, I have to for what I'm trying to do. But I really wish that I had the extra deployment ember from that artifact now. But I was, like, 10 gold off from buying it. And that has definitely ruined my plans. Yeah, I have problems that I would really like to solve now. Because I also need extra capacity for what I'm doing. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Yeah. Okay. I just need one more capacity. And, like, there are ways... There are ways to make what I'm doing work. Also did this in the wrong order. That's fine. Is it fine? No, let's do this correctly after I stop getting distracted. Well, I'm probably gonna take some pyre damage because I'm choosing to be bad about this, but hey. Well, whatever, fine. We're gonna take some pyre damage. It is what it is. God, I really am just sad that I don't have the extra deployment ember. Also, if I see Dante's footstool, I'm gonna be annoyed because that also would have solved my problems, but I didn't want to rely on that since it was unlikely to happen. Yeah, whatever. We take more damage because I've chosen to do so. Thought Infectory sucked until I realized I triggered on all units on the floor. Yeah, it's good. Like, it's not appropriate for every deck, of course, but, like, it is solid. Okay. I'm definitely not nearly as strong as I want to be. That's fine. I have taken a lot of damage on this fight, and I could have avoided some of it, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, I just don't have enough Ember turn to turn to do what I want. Nor do I have enough capacity for what I want. And that is a problem. Also, I really did not need Spell Chain on this. That was very much a waste of everything. Unfortunately. Oh, you're dying there. Well, that makes that a moot point, now doesn't it? What's a little monster chain without avoidable damage? Yeah, you're not altogether wrong. Okay, well. Well, now we just build up a whole lot of decay, and we slowly chug through his Titan skin. Doesn't really matter, because he's just getting more and more decay each and every moment. I mean, I sort of like the cheery death cap, but we're gonna skip. I mean, I like Benediction quite a lot, but we're gonna skip. Okay, we're going in here. There are other things I'd like to do. This is what we're doing. I could do this. I don't really want to, though, but I could. God, I just want fucking holdover. That's what I want. Whatever, fine. What does my Pyre do? It has an activated ability. Once per battle, select the heart to apply Frozen to all non-Blight and non-Scourge cards in hand. So, you can use it to hold cards till a later turn. Oh, cool, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. No worries. Okay, fine. That's not what I meant to do. We're gonna dupe the Rot right now, though it's a little awkward. And we are gonna remove some cards, because I still need to do that. Gonna get rid of a Windblade. Gonna get rid of a Windblade. Gonna leave it like that. The Windblades are, like, not bad for me overall, except that I have trouble playing them. Also, I do think that Kale probably needs to get rebalanced, because this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's so binary right now, at least with a Titan Trial and, like, Covenant 10. If I let a single one of these units get to the Pyre after eating his stuff, it will just kill me. Like, 100 to 0, it's gonna kill me. You should remove those unpurgeable curses? Yeah, if only I could. Oh, wrong order. Don't mind me not paying full attention because I am talking to chat. I definitely play less well while streaming. That is just the nature of the thing, but that's fine. Alright. The problem is I need lots of things that I can do. Okay, so. And then Split Anvil makes everything free to play, which is nice. Unfortunately, you get less decay because you're not actually attacking into the Puffball, which sucks. And we're going to have stacking, like, corruption on him, but that's fine. We'll manage that. So you do get to eat first. I thought it was the other way. Alright, well, if that's the case, we're going to do this slightly differently then. Because we need to put that on you instead. Because I do need him to die without eating the apple, because then things just get way worse if we let him ascend at all. And this way we're still getting, like, a fair bit of decay on Kale. Just not as good as I want it to be. That's fine. Yeah, unfortunately you're escaping, which is not great. It's like, I get him low-ish, but then he gets 50 extra HP from the cherub, which is concerning, to say the least. When you're dying, which is actually really bad. I don't know why I bothered putting that on you when we know that you're going to die. I think that's not gonna work. Yeah, you've just gotten too much corruption on you. Which then makes this untenable. I think I need to redo this. There are ways in which I can make this better, but like this is real bad. Yeah, there's just no way at this current rate that it's gonna work. Okay, let's restart the battle. There are things I can do. I don't know that they're enough, is the problem. Try like that for the moment. Yeah, sort of trying to avoid some of the early corruption going on to him. But I would need to have played out the Prophet in front, which still might be the right thing to do. It's just that we're building up a lot of corruption here. It was a very bad way to draw. Yeah, but then having you here now means that, well, it's fine-ish. It's fine-ish. You're still dying. Oh, because you're attacking into the ridiculous spikes. Because, of course. Spikes are a big fucking problem. Only playing the Infectory there to try to protect my dudes. But that is not a thing. Do I really just want to decay you? I don't think it's going to matter when you've got so much HP. I really need to just have the Puffball be surviving, is the big thing. Unfortunately, that's not really gonna work so well. God, yeah, you have just so many spikes, it's ridiculous. God, it's not enough to kill you, fuck me. Yeah, really wish I had not done Spell Chain on that. I just totally spaced out when I did it. Yeah, there's a problem. Yeah, the problem is, like, even if I kill the Cherub, then you still get to get buffed by Kale, which is just untenably bad. Like, not acceptable. Especially when I draw this garbage. Because, like, yeah, just your existence kills me. I think we just lose on this battle because I'm just not doing enough. Because I'm just so close to it and just not quite there. I mean, I can do this, which reduces my problems a little bit. Doesn't, like, fully prevent my problems, but it's a thing. But here we are. He dies. That's fine. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop a ton of the corruption. It stops a little bit of the corruption. Weirdly, you're still alive because you get to eat first. Like, the worst part about this battle for me is that the cherubs get eaten before decay happens. And so the enemies get a lot more life, even though I am ostensibly killing these things. It just, like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, this is gonna have 80 HP, and it's gonna have, like, spikes 12. Like, it sucks, but it is what it is. We'll see if we can survive. Yeah, that's not great. Well, just trying to reduce how much corruption I'm taking on the Puffball. God, I take so much damage even from just killing a meaningless little loser. Because again, like, I can do a lot of damage with the decay, but, like, these things just keep the enemies alive to an unreasonable degree, which feels just so bad. Especially because Kale then also buffs him, which is just crazy. Spell Chain doesn't keep the lower cost from Anvil like Monster Train 1. I believe it was the same in Monster Train 1 as well. Which is all the more reason that this was a mistake on my part. I caved and started this game 2 days ago. I mean, like, it's a good game to play. I love it very dearly. Okay, like, we need you not to survive. That feels like such a huge waste, but here we are. I mean, it really just comes down to, can I delay long enough, and can I kill Kale and Relentless? And currently the answer is not looking good. Honestly, I'm fine with doing that now, although it does actually probably cause me problems, because you don't get the Valor armor anymore. Well, so be it. God, this is like the worst draw on this turn. Yeah, no matter what happens, like, he goes to the Pyre, he just one-shots me because of the spikes. Because this battle is... This is why I described it as being a little too binary. It's like, if I don't kill everything on bottom floor, then it just becomes ridiculous. Like, a single one of these guys just, like, murders my Pyre. Which is just really bad. We are doing a fair bit of damage to him, and if I could just outlast it a little longer, we'd be fine, but I can't. Which is fine. We'll die here. I definitely made some mistakes in my play. It is what it is. And if I weren't trying to go for logbook completion, I probably would not have taken this specific Lion's Mane, knowing that we were up against Spike's Kale. Because, again, just doing, like, all of my damage via decay does not work as well when I really need to be killing the cherubs early. But, so be it. Mistakes were made. It's fine. Anyways, let's roll again, see what we get, now that we've broken our win streak, which is fine. Well, we're Bolette this time with Moral Mistress. I really am not a big fan of Penitent's Bloodsuit. Like, it's fine. Also, we have Infectory again. I do think Infectory is very good. I would kind of like to see other things, though. And we got Life Mother's Pyre, which is fine. I do think people are heavily overvaluing Life Mother's Pyre right now, but it's not a bad Pyre. Also, it does work pretty well with Moral Mistress, since that is like one of the weaknesses of an edge-based strategy, is that you run out of cards. So being able to just like dupe a bunch of consume cards while still keeping them as consume cards, as opposed to looking for the remove consume upgrade, you know, it's good with her. I don't know that we're gonna like build heavily into her, but it's an option. I noticed that there's like things that make top floor gaming harder sometimes and bottom floor gaming really good. Yes, very much this game encourages you to be building on bottom floor, or at least have a heavy presence on bottom floor, and definitely punishes you for trying to play on top floor, which I think is okay. I do think it tips a little too hard towards bottom floor, but overall, I think the balance is in a very good state. Those punishing equips have niche uses. I used them a couple times to save my ass. They're fine. It's just that I want them to be something more exciting. Like, I want them to work with Sword Maiden, like with her Artificer trigger, which currently only triggers when you equip friendly units. But I don't really see any problem with extending that to be just any unit on the floor, so you could get the Artificer trigger when equipping these onto enemies. I also would love to have these like come back to your hand after the enemy dies. So then you could like repeatedly equip them and again use them to like fuel Artificer things. They're fine. They're just a little underwhelming to me, especially like people have described them as delayed damage spells, and I think that's a reasonably good way to look at them, except for the fact that you can't upgrade them like you can spells, which, I don't know. They're fine, but they're just not that exciting. Hello, Yuki. How you doing? Honestly, Celestial Cascade, not bad, especially since we do start with the Inspires, and so it then makes it so it is Valor 2 per Inspire, which is a lot better. Literally double the effect. I still don't like Super Care. I sort of lean towards saying Lightstone Casing, especially since we have Life Mother's Pyre, so if we do make like a cool, powerful spell with it, then we can dupe it repeatedly. I don't know that that really is going to help, but I'm going to take it. I just lost one run today. That is what I have also done. Not sure whether today I should just play Monster Train 2 only. Wanted to play some League of Legends, but I missed my medication last night, so my Tourette's is kind of bad for action games. Fair enough. I've definitely been neglecting League and do want to play it more. The Monster Train 2 is too good, 41 hours so far. Yeah, I played way too much in the first week that I had access to it. But, like, my god, this game it's good, and it very much appeals to me. Unfortunately, the only bullet that we don't have is the one that's not shown up here. Deployment Phase and Deployment Ember are a huge game changer. Yes, they're a great system. Anyways, we're going to take Hiveminder because Executioner is bad. Like, we did use it well last time we had it, but I still maintain that it is kind of lacking a good identity. And yeah, here we are. Unfortunately, we don't have any consume cards for the Moro Mistress. That's not great. Oh well, you're going there. And here we go. Well, let's kill both of you, even though that seems like an immense waste of those. Like, I probably should be equipping them to, like, this guy, but I'm trying to buy myself some time. Well, can't kill the Collector, sadly. Okay, we're at least getting some rallies on Bullet. I noticed that it's easy to reach hand cap on deployments with carriers advised. Yes, that is a problem. Very real, meaningful concern. Yeah, unfortunately, like, I have no backline access. If I just had one consume card, I could be killing these guys and getting a lot more rallies for Bullet. Unfortunately, I'm taking a lot of damage and not getting a lot of rallies. But we're trying. Make my monster grow. There we go. Okay, and then we play this out so I don't have to take even more damage than I've taken. Unfortunately, the lead doesn't get the last rally. That's okay. Not a great start, but an okay start. Do I want Green Recruit? I kind of want Green Recruit. I think we're taking Green Recruit. Honestly surprised that I haven't mastered. I don't really remember using him. That's fine. We'll take him. We're not taking another Penitence Blood Suit. Selfish Sacrifice is a maybe. It's a good card overall, and would allow us to put Bullet in front of the conscripts, or the troops. I'm going to do that. I like that bosses seal the floor in different ways now. Yeah, it's a nice touch. I like it a lot. We're going here. I think we're taking Cluster Colonel. What I really wanted was Squad Leader, but Cluster Colonel's fine. Endless Green Recruit, what an enabler. Yeah, except for the part where, like, I need to have capacity on the floor to play him. Which is, again, part of why I'm so irritated constantly that Spore Launcher is at the size that it currently is. Like, it's a clan that already has capacity problems, and they need to be able to fit things together. Does not deserve to have a 3 capacity unit. Like, it really limits what the clan can do, especially because this is one of only 2 like offensive banner units in the clan. I think that multi-strike doesn't rule the meta anymore, but it's still strong. I noticed that there are other force multipliers. Yes. It's still good, but I do think it is a lot less important than Monster Train 1. Which I also quite appreciate that. Could just dupe the Selfless Sacrifice. I think we're not going to. Spore Launcher is powerful. I can see why it has to be 3 cap. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. They've chosen to make it Doesn't have to be. And particularly it bothers me that the rally champion, yes, Lion's Mane has a rally path as well. Well, and a spawn path. But, Bolette is the champion that is supposed to be about rallying, and you can't even fit a Spore Launcher with him by base. That is a problem to me. That's a problem. We'll give it a smidge to Dualism then. Yeah, I'm aware that that works well. But the problem is that I don't like that it is currently positioned as that being a requirement to use Spore Launcher. I think you can reduce its attack, and you can bring it back to 2 capacity, and it would be in a better position. I don't think it needs to be what it currently is. I think we're doing this even though I just talked about how we want a consume card for Moral Mistress. And this is quite possibly a mistake, but I'm going to do it anyways. Honestly, I probably don't need to remove consume on it. The -1 Ember per turn hurts, but here we are. I'm definitely trying to force something that's probably not going to work well, and we almost certainly should just be using Moral Mistress with the edge. Okay, he dies afterwards. Unfortunately, can't fit you. Well, we can't kill you specifically. God, I hate missing out on the collectors. But we're at least rallying goodly. Also, Ember and Space upgrades feel very competitive with draw upgrades. Now I'll finish the run taking 2 Ember upgrades and fill the detector, right? Yeah. Wholly agree. I think the upgrades are in a much healthier competitive state than they were in Monster Train 1. And I love that. I think it's great for the game that that is the case. Well, we continue rallying, and we continue living the dream. And our big, beautiful, bold Bolette crushes them. Also, I really don't think I needed to remove Consume thing. We will do this. Rising Rage is pretty great. I do love Rising Rage. Yeah, I will take that. It's a bit awkward, but we're gonna do that. So there are a couple very good reasons to go for Merchant of Arms here. First off, the healing is not bad. It's whatever. Also, I still wish I could get rid of these stupid tags because they annoy the shit out of me. I know what the nodes do. It muddies the field of vision. And especially when I'm mousing between the two, I just hate that. Whatever. Anyways, the healing's not bad. As for the Merchant of Arms, though, Loam Coat would be an okay pickup if I am trying to stack, damage shields. More to the point, it would be great on Fungi, because it would give me even more rallies every turn. The true big pickup for us, though, would be Wing's Shield, because with Rally Bolette eventually getting HP, we're going to turn him into a big wall of death. That said, there's also some other good, room pickups. But that is the ideal. Cursed Twin Blade is also not bad here. I think we take Cursed Twin Blade. It's not like my favorite, but it does heavily mitigate my current problems. And so we'll take that. I also should look at this. Ooh. So, Wrath I really like, except that we have nothing that benefits well from it. So I think we're taking Benevolence, just restore friendly units to full health. And that's going to go on you, I guess. It's really just purely for healing Bullet later on. Unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't do anything for us because he's not gaining HP until rank 2, but it will be good later. Okay. And we are up against Pyre Hunter Archeon, who now does a pretty hefty amount of damage. Do I want to Rising Rage you? I kind of do. I'm not going to, though. We're just going to do this. That's fine. Speaking of which, we now have build variety for champs now with equip cards. I mean, I think there still was build variety before, but I get what you're saying. Alright, so we want Infectory. It's fine. We're going to take the Pyre damage. This is why I probably should have Rising Raged you last turn. He gets healed by the stupid priest, whatever. It's fine. He is taking 30 damage every turn since he moves, and that's just what we do to him. What's the cooldown on this 3? Alright, we're gonna do this now so I can do it later if I need to. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. No matter what, playing out like the Spear Stewards will get them killed. I am still going to do that just to get them out of the deck, though. We are just going to take damage from Pyre Hunter Archeon. Like, that's fine. It's whatever. I've got HP. Sadly, can't use the green recruit. Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna play that there. Although I don't think it matters. I mean, it's just that many champions would have helped with a multi-strike or quick upgrade, which outside of tones was difficult to obtain. Now we equip. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, and I largely agree. But yeah, I think it's good. I think it's healthy for the game, and I think it's fun to play around with. I would like to see more equipment be sort of like specialized. Rather than just like extra damage or multi-strike or whatever. I really prefer the ones that have more unique effects. But still good as is. I wanted the Rising Rage before. We'll just do this. I think we're pretty comfortable. Like, I could ascend Archeon and fight him one turn earlier, but that's not a big deal. And this gives me chance for one more turn of rallying. And then we just easily beat him to death, since Bullet is rocking a pretty comfortable set of damage. We did take a lot of damage on that fight, but well. Death Metal Hymnist is cute, but no. I mean, it would be nice, but it's hard to get on that floor. Tome of the Lost Path is good. Like Lone Code or Windblade. Yeah, as far as like more interesting equipment, yes. And even for the ones that like are sort of like stat based, like just ramping attack, I much prefer like Everlasting Light. Which, like, essentially equates to its buffing attack, but I like that it plays into the themes of Banished in that it is a strike ability. It's buffing the whole floor, so it encourages you to have a wider floor. It works well with the multi-strike units like Fel and like other things, yada yada yada. Like, this is what I prefer, even as far as just like sort of buff cards. But yeah, there are a lot of cool equipment. I just like these sorts of effects way more than things like the quick dagger, or just like the raw like health and stat. Like, just, I always want cards to be interesting and something to build around and play around, rather than just a block of stats. Which is partly why I'm so insistent that we need to rework Demon Fiend and Husk Hermit and other things like that. Now is the time. Some say win streaking in Monster Train 2 is harder than Monster Train 1. Thoughts? I think it is. I also think it's a little... There are a lot of players like me who are on the testing team who have sunk a lot of hours into this game already. But we still are far away from the amount of hours that people have put into Monster Train 1. And, like, strategies definitely, like, changed over time with Monster Train 1, and I do expect that to happen here as well. Also, there's going to be more, like, balance patches, I'm sure. So, that may change over time, but I do think it's harder to maintain long win streaks in Monster Train 2. There's still plenty of very powerful things you can do, and I think it's still entirely viable to do long win streaks in Monster Train 2. Again, several people on the tester team have long win streaks. I think mine, although it's a little weird because, like, you know, balance was changing regularly, and also I was constantly, like, trying to test different things rather than playing for pure strength. But I think mine was like 20-something. I think it was like 24 was the highest I got it to. But I don't remember offhand. And I don't have that save file anymore, so. I would assume the every seed is winnable paradigm is still true. Yes. I strongly believe that every seed is winnable. Like, Titans or no, random or no. I think every seed is totally winnable. By the way, I'm pretty confident we're taking Spike the Legion here, even though I kind of want to take Death Metal Hymnist. Spore Launcher's not a bad idea for us if we want to look for Intrinsic Rising Rage, just as a way to help clear out backline. I think I'm greedily going to not do that, though. Should I? Absolutely 100% yes. But I'm not going to. We are going to take this just for reasons. Which, again, is the reason I probably should have taken Spore Launcher. Kind of want to go here. We are going to go here. Okay. And we're up against Dominion. Okay. I might take Puffball here. Yeah. So the problem is, like, I don't super want to take Puffball, because I do want enemies to be dying on my floor. Also, I did kind of forget that taking Capacity would let me use Green Recruit. That's fine. It's not a big deal. But something to keep in mind. Alright, we're going to greed. It's fine. We already lost our win streak. Not a big deal. We're going to go with Hiveminder 2. Okay. Here we are. So the spawn mechanic hits rally triggers, right? Correct. It does. Sal never does what he should do if he does. It's not Sal. Yep. You're not wrong. And we could be duplicating. Which I need to keep in mind is an option. Alright, we're going to get rid of Inspire 1 and Inspire 2. I definitely should not have put Remove Consume on the damage shield thing. I mean, like, that's sort of okay. It's not the worst thing I could have done, since we are up against Dominion. And damage shields do definitely help quite a bit there, but it definitely was also not incredibly helpful. I've done a lot of things that were not wildly as helpful as they should have been. Okay, once again, we are letting some enemies through, so be it. Also, we are getting corruption on Bullet, which is a concern. But now that we're spawning dudes, that should mitigate that problem a fair bit. Because the remaining corruption is going to go on to the fungi. Unfortunately, the fungi are going to die to the corruption, which is not great. Again, I have no way to kill you, because why would I have any way to kill you? But our big, chunky bullet is doing some work for us. Would love to actually kill collectors for once, but hey. Yeah, I don't actually need to be playing with a green recruit, even if I like doing it. Alright, let's get rid of this. Maybe should have done the Penitence blood suit, but again, Bullet does solid work for us. The problem is turns like this. Okay, but this is why we wanted Selfless Sacrifice. Because now Bullet kills, and then all this happens, and we're good. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of some of these things. Oh, so that's what the troop mechanic looks like. They stack? Yes, they stack. Yeah, alright, this is a bit of a concern. God, there's so many enemies. Ideally, I do need to advance the fungi stack in front of Bullet. Could have used you last turn while I had the Rising Rage. Well. That's a lot of enemies, and they have multi-strike. Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, I knew that advancing him in front of the stack was liable to do this. I will try this one more time, just where I don't do that, since I knew that was a possibility. Trample would be much better on Bullet, but hey, you can't have everything. He does have a path that gives Trample. Oops, I'm sorry, wrong ordering. Because we always need to play Bullet first, because he is the rally. I mean, in this particular path, yes. I mean, you can mix them. You can go, like, 2 ranks into this and 1 rank into the other one for Trample. But yes, there are reasons that he doesn't naturally have Trample. I've seen people suggesting he should get Trample, but I understand the desire to want those things, but I think you really need to not be designing champion paths that are like fully self-contained. Like a unit, particularly a champion, since they're with you on every run, should have problems to draft around and overcome. And so making a unit that has like dramatically increasing attack stats and defense, then also have the power to just buy base, trample over, and kill every enemy, that's bad. That's bad design. Should not do that. Unfortunately, you don't have any Valor when I play that, but whatever. A Twisted Back would be awesome, but wrong Allied Claim. Yeah, that's what we did the last time we played Bullet, when we were doing a Harvest Bullet, which I do think is not a great path. But, like, Trample does make it dramatically better. Sadly, we don't get the Collector. Why would we ever get a Collector? Now, I could have done the Penitent's Blood Suit to kill one of these guys, and I probably should have. I mean, it's fine. The permanent Valor and shifting is so strong, especially with the second multi-strike. It is good. I think it's not as good at higher Covenant. But yeah, like, it is strong, and I think it's fun to play around. So the Rising Rage is still here. I'm willing to do this, even though it's very likely going to be disappointing. Yeah, okay. It only mattered if we drew the Rising Rage this turn, which we didn't. Because then I could have ascended him to the top floor, and then he could have died on this floor. We also could have just used Corrin, or the Rising Rage on Corrin to prevent all of our problems. Yeah, I do actually die to Corrin this way. Okay. The question is, do we really... Like, there are ways to salvage this, I think. Yeah, fine. I'll retry the battle and I'll try to salvage it. I don't know. Okay. We are going to take some damage, although I should have played you up on top floor. That's okay. It's whatever. Restarting a battle being a built-in feature now is wild. I mean, it's not that weird to me. Like, they knew about it, and purposely kept it in the game in Monster Train 1. So, like, it was already sort of a supported feature. The bigger thing is the turn reset, because they definitely put a lot of work into implementing that. Also, we do get the collector this way, which is cute. But, like, that one, they definitely put a lot of work into implementing. Just gonna say more there, but I definitely lost my train of thought, and that's fine. Not weird, just kind of wild. Fair enough. I think it's good for it to be just in the game as is. I don't like that they added a marker for the run history showing whether you used turn reset or not. I don't think that is healthy for the game, but I do think on the whole, having the turn reset and battle reset in the game is a good feature. I like the marker. So, I don't. Or more specifically, here's what I think should be done with it. And I've pitched this multiple times. I think that marker should only be used on challenge runs. I think it should be used on the daily challenge. I should think it should be used when you're like sharing seeds and having people, you know, run the same thing. I think that's good. Because, like, yes, there is a very big difference, especially on the daily challenge, between people who, like, reset battles and people who didn't. Because, you know, things. It's not going to be perfect, because there are still going to be those people who have two different accounts and will play the whole daily challenge on one account, scout out the run, and then play it on their other account as their, like, official score. Which feels super cheesy, but whatever, there's no way to stop people from doing that, really. But what I don't like, and I've seen this sentiment bandied about a ton since the demo already, is I don't like people acting like runs are not valid if people use turn reset or the battle reset. I think that's a shitty attitude, and I don't think we want to be supporting that attitude in Monster Train. And mostly the way that their, you know, no reset badge is going to be used for people to bully other people into not using turn reset and battle reset. And I think that is not worth the value of having the badge, or at least not worth the value of having the badge on normal runs. Thankfully, I don't think that way. It's just an achievement to not use it. Yes, but, and if I thought that what I was hearing was a minority of people, and well, let me clarify. I do think they are a minority, but they are a very vocal minority, and I think that's only going to grow over time. And I really, really dislike that sentiment, and I very hate giving them a tool to be shitty to people with. So, yeah, I don't think it should be in the game in the way that it currently is. Hello, Glacier, how you doing? How you doing, Smokeless Joe? Hey, Sal, you're going to upload the Monster Train 2 runs onto YouTube. I'll be able to watch the stuff on my TV, but the Twitch app no longer works on it. Yes, I will try to do that. At the very least, I will upload the whole VODs. If I find time, though I have a lot of things going on in my own life right now, I will try to cut them up into like single runs, or at least try to pull out some of the like more engaging runs as like single runs. Side note, if anyone has like favorite runs at the end of the night on any given night, feel free to like, you know, let me know, and I will try to put that one up as its own special run on YouTube, rather than the whole like 8-hour VOD or whatever. But yes, I will try to put them on. It takes time, and I have other things going on in my life. As far as I'm concerned, just the VODs themselves would be perfect. Yes, that's what I have been doing, and I was planning to do a lot more of that, and then I was having computer issues for like the last 3 weeks, and that greatly derailed my plans, and I have a bunch of other things going on in my life, and I gotta tend to those. But yeah, anyways, I do plan to do it. I would love to get more attention now that Monster Train 2 is out. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully I can build more of an audience, because I would love to be able to justify streaming more and doing more stuff with YouTube. But I realistically have to do other things in my life too, because I need to pay bills. Thanks, sir. No rush. Just wanted to ask. Yeah, totally understandable. Glad that there's interest. I will try to do it sometime this week. Hopefully tomorrow. But like, I also need to figure out how long of a VOD they'll let me put up on YouTube. Because the first day, we streamed for like 18 hours. And I don't think they allow me to upload an 18-hour VOD to YouTube. So I think I have to cut at least that one up into 2 smaller chunks. But the rest of them are probably going to be fine, because they're only like 6 to 8 hours. And I think that's fine for YouTube. Like, I don't expect people to watch the whole thing for the most part. But I think I can at least upload that without running into problems. Grow Room is cute, but is definitely not as good for our rallying as just Infectory is. Mulch is good, but I don't know that we really care here. It would be a very good card for Moral Mistress, because again, I can just like make a bunch of these with Life Mother's Pyre, and they just let me draw a bunch of shit and trigger the etch. I think I just want Dig Deep. Although it's only like really solid if my deck is very thick. But I'm going to do that, I guess. And there's Shield of Wing, the #1 card that we wanted. Speaking of which, I wonder if I could use this game to practice my commentary. I often catch myself just silently playing. I think it's very easy to fall into that when you are, you know, sitting alone. But yeah, I think it's a great game to practice commentary on. Just because, like, you know, it's a game where you should have a thought process for everything that you're doing. And since it's turn-based, you can take your time to, like, plan out your action. So if you, instead of playing silently, just get in the habit of talking aloud and trying to explain your thought process like I do while I'm streaming, works great. Anyways, we are absolutely 100% going for this. Because what we want, more than anything else, is we want to merge equipment. and make it deployable. Even though this is awkward as shit with our amount of deployment ember, doesn't matter. That's what we want to do. Mitosis Cap, I think we saw it earlier and I breezed past it, but this is the other Under Legion equipment, and it is Celebrate, which is at the end of battle, if the unit is alive. Gain a permanent copy of this unit, and it cannot be equipped to champions or cardless units. It's an awkward thing, but it is kind of cool. Best equipment. It's very weird, but I'm glad that we got a Shield of Wing, because that's going to start getting shenanigans soon. Anyways, I'm pretty confident we're skipping these. I was just debating for a moment if I wanted Mitosis Cap anything. I would love to have more cluster kernels, but I need capacity for them, and like I need a lot of Ember. I just need a lot of things, frankly. But we're skipping that. And we're going to get rid of the Inspires. I need to get rid of a lot of things from my deck, because there are just tons of things that do nothing for me. But we should be in largely a very good shape now. Can I just say I love the music of the Seraphite? It's a good music. My favorite by far is the Under Legion Overture. It's so good. Anyways, the problem is that I badly need to draw into the... I badly need to draw into the advanced card. Yeah, or either of them. But yeah, here we are. We're good now. Because we need him in front to be Shield of Winging his way to victory. Like, we basically have the whole situation won now, since Bullet's going to be an absolute monstrosity. But yeah, here we are. Oh no, they're sapping him. However shall we manage? Take a little bit of pyro damage. Do you just get new Calcified Ember every ring? I do not. It's a Covenant effect. I will try to remember to explain how it works in a moment once we are at the end of this battle, because it's part of the end of battle screen. Yeah, the damage shields don't really matter here. I should have just played out the Shield Steward to get it out of my deck, but whatever. I didn't. I do wish that the Fungi had slightly more voice lines, because they play the same sound quite often. Yes. Yeah, Shield of Wing was a real good pickup for us, and it's only going to get better with time. Alright, we heal him back to full. He's in no way, shape, or form close to dying. And just for kicks, have a really worthless equipment. Kablam! Alright. So, as far as the Calcified Embers go, it's a Covenant modifier. In every draft, there is now one card that also comes with a Calcified Ember, as you can see from this little banner right here. So, if I take that card, I get a Calcified Ember. If I don't take that card, I don't get a Calcified Ember. It's just to make it so that you are less able to, like, snap pick cards. You have to, like, evaluate whether certain cards are going to be worth taking garbage into your deck as well. Especially because, like, early game, taking a Calcified Ember is basically your entire Ember per turn, which is pretty rough. There's one strong mushroom holding all the stack on their cap. That is true. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Bombadillion Asp. Kind of like that name for some reason. Alright, I mean, I kind of want another Fertile Ground, but I don't think I want this Fertile Ground. We don't need these. There are a lot of things that I would enjoy at the Merchant of Trinkets. We're definitely doing this, though. Skipping those. Take the HP, because why not? I want Intrinsic is what I want. Sure. Oh, I could have done this on Spike of the Legion, which also would have been the better choice. I totally spaced out. But that's fine. Sure, why not? I spent all of my gold, which is a bit rough, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing for the boss upgrade here. I was originally going to take Capacity so I could then start putting the green recruit on the floor and use him as a spawn trigger. The problem is that I kind of need Bullet up front now. So, we'll see how this works. If rooms can be merged like equipment, what would be the go-to choice? Wholly depends on the deck. Like, in this deck, I'd be happy with the Propagate room being merged with my Infectory. Or like Boiler Room, the +1 energy when units die would also be okay. Steward's Quarters for just extra capacity would have been good earlier. There's a lot of things. And there are definitely other combinations which have much more like clear needs. I'm just going to play that to get rid of it. And I'm going to leave the green recruit in hand because I can't really use them, so. I noticed your rally trigger is spammable. Shift trigger is also pretty spammable. I had like this box thing that had 3 of the starter cards in it, with starter cards being -1 cost, and I removed Consume from it. It was fun. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things you can do like that. Alright, well, goodbye, Moral Mistress. You continue to be absolutely worthless for me this run. And Bullet just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Poor Kale has already lost like half his life. That's definitely going tremendously better than the last run. Poor Kale, taking damage every time he moves. What a chump. We are taking a lot of damage here because I let this guy get very strong from the Cherubs, which is actually quite a concern, but I do have the full heal ability, so that's something. But again, like, this is why Kale just gets fucking out of control. Like, real quick, real bad. But we're fine. Everything's okay. Once again, I cannot stress how much I appreciate that now revenge triggers work with damage shield. That's the way it always should have been. Okay, we're gonna play these here to get killed rather than playing them on the harvest floor. Spikes is the worst. I do think Spike's Kale is the worst Kale right now. As in, worst to deal with. Oh, fuck, I forgot that I have Infectory there, so they still do get the harvest little. Not a big deal, but... Kale's pretty dead. We have a full heal incoming still. Unfortunately, these are not going to die on my floor. Well, that's not entirely true. So now we can do that. Yes, look at all that delicious rallying. Our big fungi stack has a fair bit of damage too, which is cute. Ta-da! Okay, so I was going to go capacity. I think we're better served now by just going with draw. I mean, I kind of want the Death Metal Hymnist. I know it's incorrect, though. Took a while to remember that just because a card says Ascend or Descend doesn't mean you can't use it on top or bottom floors. Yes, that is important. I do kind of wish that I could take a second Cluster Kernel, but I can't really do that. As the scariest Kale I've ever seen get utterly destroyed. Yeah. We're going to skip these. I kind of want the Death Metal Hymnist, but we're just not going to worry about that. Okay, do I care about this? Kind of. I think we're going here. The removals are good. Intrinsic would still be valuable to me, and I can dupe things if I need to anyways. Hive Minder it is. We're already pretty good. It's only going to get better. I also would love to remove even more things. Should I be doing this? Probably not. Am I doing it? Yes. Holdover? Sure. Why not? Am I going mad with power? A little bit, yeah. Definitely. I actually might get rid of the green recruit, because he's kind of causing me problems. Because, like, every other thing that I play, if I spend energy on them, they're at least out of my deck. Whereas he, that is not the case. I don't think that matters to me. I think we're just getting rid of the Inspire. Like, overall, my deck is fine. And Athane is going to get ruined. That is just the case. Doesn't matter that she gains spikes. Doesn't matter anything else. She's going to have a bad time. And this is the best song, by the way. Okay. So, you go up front, because that's what we need. Who cares about losing HP to Vengeful Shards? Stupid Scourge dudes are going to be annoying, but it is what it is. I mean, I suppose I could have Rising Raged one of them so I wouldn't have as many Scourge guards this turn, but whatever. Well, here we are. Oh no, they're stacking corruption on me. However, shall I manage such a terrible fate? There's a lot of people who are, like, really angry about corruption. I think on the whole, it's a fine mechanic. I think there's a couple places in the games where it is, like, overtuned or unnecessary. But on the whole, I think it's a fine mechanic. What do people hate about corruption? I don't want this to sound mean, but it is seemingly mostly like lower experience, lower Covenant players who don't like that it is causing constant damage to their frontliner, and they're having trouble like keeping a frontliner alive. And just they don't see counterplay to it. There is counterplay, especially for like the... Oh, you're actually not dying for once. Surprising. But so be it. Yeah, just sadly he survives. I actually do take a fair bit of pyre damage because he still has a reanimate, so I take 18 damage from it, which really feels bad, but oh well. This is the problem with my deck, is that I am vulnerable to this exact situation. But whatever, fine. I lose a lot of life. Yeah, alright, this one we are at least only taking 9 damage from, but oh well. Anyway, so that's the main problem I've heard. I definitely also heard people complain about Seraph of Dominion specifically, because he applies corruption to your entire floor every turn. And I agree that I think that is a problem. I've been saying that for a while, that I think that should be changed. Because I don't like the way that it kind of like ruins the viability of like backline support units like the Hymnus and like Channelers and other units, which there are a lot of those in Monster Train 2, and it feels bad for there to be so many things in the game that just make them largely pointless, especially since a lot of those clans don't have a good way to combat corruption. Like, in Awoken, you can heal, and you can, you know, put on regen. That doesn't matter when the corruption is stacking up higher than your unit's base HP. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? I don't know. I don't like it. It also, like, plays into something that I don't like about the Seraphs in this game currently, which is I feel there's too much overlap between the Seraphs. Despite there only being 3 of them, as opposed to the 4 in Monster Train 1, I feel they have less distinct identities than the Monster Train 1 Seraphs. Like, in this game, you've got Seraph of Dominion has a bunch of Scourge units, and then Seraph of Entropy also adds Scourges to your deck, and so you've got both of them messing with your deck. Seraph of Dominion does corruption to your entire floor and affects your backliners with a lot of damage. Seraph of Savagery also has the very damaging sweep units, and so they're both filling the role of, like, threatens your backline heavily. Seraph of Savagery, their waves are basically all about, other than the sweep damage, is meant to be a bunch of, like, bulk of HP for you to chew through. And then Seraph of Entropy also has, you know, a bunch of things with Titan Skin and high HP so that you have a bunch of defense to chew through. It's just, like, in every way, we've got, like, 2 Seraphs doing the same thing. Like, I really want them to be more differentiated and distinct in what their purpose is. And I think that that is not great. Anyways, we don't need Pox. We don't need any of these. That's fine. The Mushroom Cloud could have been okay, but I feel like Entropy should be similar to Diligent, to be honest. Having Seraph Consumer spells over time is peak Entropy. I agree. I think they just were trying not to copy any of the former Seraphs. I don't actually know what the design thought was there, but I assume that's the case. I kind of want Punk Shredder, by the way. Also, Demonize would help us speed up Dominion in the Titan fight. I don't think I care about taking it, though it would speed things up. But yeah, on the whole, I actually like the Monster Train 1 Seraphs a lot more. I think they do a better job. But it is what it is. I'm constantly getting plus HP for birds because they die to 1 sweep unit. Yes. I'll tell you right now, I have fought hard to get the amount of backline damage reduced pretty heavily in this game. I still think there's some work to be done there. Like, I think Kel corrupting your entire train on entry is pretty lame. I really dislike that aspect of his boss. And I would not be upset with Dominion Seraph no longer corrupting your backline. There's a couple people who strongly disagree with me and keep fighting against that. But that's a whole different story. Anyways, I might just go for the Pyre HP. We don't really need the Merchant of Steel. The removals are nice, but just having some extra Pyre HP seems maybe worthwhile here. I don't know. I don't like super care. Of note, we are going to be up against Dominion, who will be doubling corruption every turn, basically, which could kill even Bullet. Something to keep in mind. But we'll see how it goes. When a unit dies to decay, their decay is spread among enemy units. Definitely needed that last time. When a unit has a third unique status effect applied to it, propagate 2. I don't think that's super useful for me. Zone of Silence is not bad. Honestly, maybe worth taking. Because we would cut down pretty dramatically on what enemies are doing. It would be at the cost of no longer having Infectory, but I don't think that really matters. I will take that. Way too late. Ancient Pyre Tap does not really matter to us. Okay, we're going to do this. For all the bitching, I'm still having fun. Yeah, I think this game is great. I have some complaints, and like I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining all the time, mind you, but I think the game is very good despite that. I'm gonna do this. It's a little awkward, but so be it. Could take Ancient Pyre Tap. I don't really want to. I might just take Blood of the Apex for the heck of it. Because I could make this deployable, which would be nice, but then I would not be able to play out like the Cluster Kernel, and that's a problem. I could remove some things. I don't know. Here we are. I definitely don't need the second Infectory. I don't need the Penitent's Blood Suit. I don't need the Shield Stewards. No, that's as much that I can afford. And that's fine. I guess we'll buy this just because I can afford it. Why not? Just easy to linger on things that annoy you. This is true for all things. Yes, and also it's just like... so many things in this game are good that, like, I don't need to always be saying how great those are. It is easy for me to, like, pick out the smaller amount of things that annoy me and to bring them up as things that I would like to see improved. Okay, so we're gonna do that. I could let you just block for us right now, but I don't want to. We're gonna play the Zone of Silence so that when enemies get here, they're not going to be affecting us. Also, like, I do massive damage to him. I could also just do, like, half of his remaining health by Rising Raging Bullet here. Which is also cute. I thought about putting the Zone of Silence bottom to stop the Scourgers, and I kind of wish that I had, or that I had set up bottom. But I didn't know that I was going to be drawing the... I didn't know I was going to be drawing Zone of Silence turn 1, so I didn't. Yeah, unfortunately you cut down on my damage output fairly substantially because you waste Bullet's attacks with your stupid reanimate. Poor green recruit, I had high hopes for you and I am no longer using you. Fortunately we get the 2 Scourge cards. They're jerks. It's fine. Oh yeah, and you're dying because of the stupid corruption. Because God forbid we don't have corruption going onto our backliners. At least it's an action now, and it's not at the start of the turn, so you have the ability to, like, play around it to some degree. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping I was gonna get the Rising Rage here, so I could just go nuke him with Bullet, but that's fine. Alright, have a nice night, Mana. Glad you're enjoying the game. Good to see you here. I will be streaming this game quite a lot in the coming days. Yeah, unfortunately he dies. We all knew it was gonna happen. Unfortunately, I don't get another heal from him first, which sucks. Because, like, Bullet is taking lots of damage now. Might not even be okay. I think it is, but yeah, we're fine. It's actually fairly close. I was hoping we'd get like more damage shields from him, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the stupid reanimate dudes are the worst enemy in this fight. Alright, and then he just cleaves through good old Bullet. Would have been a lot easier to trample. Oh, wow. These things exist. Okay, time to fight the Titans. Ooh, so spooky. We've got 91 HP. I'll tell you right now, we've already won the fight. Which is partly why I hate this fight. I really dislike that it's just an HP check for the most part. And, like, yeah, there are ways I could have built to make Dominion die faster, because like I could have taken the damage shield things. It doesn't really matter. Who cares? Also, I would like to point out that my Bullet now has 986 attack, 885 HP, and his equipment also, where is it? There it is. Has 120 attack from all these Slay triggers, and it's, yeah, it's good times. Well, we are almost killing Savagery right off the bat. I guess we'll do the Zone of Silence for the moment. I wanted to make dudes, but I don't want to block Bullet from being in front. Again, unfortunately, I don't have... What's the word I'm looking for? I don't have Trample, but that's fine. Alright, we'll do the Infectory, even though the Silence is pretty good. But it doesn't matter as much when Bullet is just going to kill them on Revenge. Oh no, I'm taking 8 damage a turn. However, will I cope with such a thing? We've basically already killed Entropy as well. Oh no, some sap. However shall I deal? You know what? I'll block you a little bit this turn, just because I can. I should have done the Eager Conscript. I don't know. None of this matters. Yeah, we all saw this coming, but fine. Alright, Savagery is down as well. We're just waiting on Dominion. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. I meant to play the Pyrolite. My bad. Totally spaced out. There we go. Okay, we did make them all stronger. It's fine. I can still take 149 damage comfortably. Is this Bullet path consistently strong, or is it the high roll situation? It's kind of both. We did definitely high roll. It's definitely not this strong normally. It is pretty good, though I think Bolette is much more volatile of a champion than people are giving him credit for currently. Because, like, this would be not working nearly as well if we hadn't found the... Well, either the multi-strike or the Shield of Wing. Particularly the Shield of Wing is what's allowing me to do this. Though I also, like, could have found... like Trample, like we did see the Punk Rock Hymnist or whatever he's called. So like there are other ways I could have dealt with the problems that I'm faced with, even if I hadn't found exactly what I'm utilizing right now. But you do need to. There are meaningful problems to overcome with this Bolette path. And again, like, I also could have done a little less with, like, the permanent scaling and built more into the Moral Mistress and used her as a way to kill backliners. I think, skipped on a Spore Launcher, and I could have done that as a way to kill backliners. Like, there are ways to deal with it. We just wouldn't have Bolette looking quite like this. Admittedly, those builds would have been stronger in some ways. Like, I probably would have leaked less damage during the Dominion fight. But, you know, it also doesn't matter. Here we are. Alright, they're dead because he finally gets shot to death by the Pyre. Ooh, turn 8. Who cares? Again, I could have sped it up some. Doesn't matter. We didn't need to draft for the fight, which is partly why I keep complaining about this fight. Like, I could have taken a little bit less damage by making my deck a little less consistent. But why? As long as I walk into this fight with like 40 HP, I'm fine. Like, it's not... We're never in danger of losing that fight, is essentially the problem I have with it. Alright, we mastered a number of cards. Dig Deep was not, like, great for us. Oh, no, I was thinking the wrong one. Dig Deep was good. Is the other one that I was confusing it with. What is that one called? I don't know. Anyways, Dig Deep was quite good for us. And we have another crown. Only so many of them to go. That was a fun run. Definitely made up for the very bad showing I had with Lion's Mane before that. But yeah, Bolette's cool. I definitely like Lion's Mane more. Of the new champions, Lion's Mane and Grail are probably my favorites. Phoenix is also cool. I like Fel, though she's a little boring. But, like, they're all pretty good to play. I'd say that, like, Ardoon and Gilda, or maybe Orechi, are probably my least favorite to play. Talos is a little bland, but, like, she can still do some cool things. I've seen way too many people complaining about Talos recently. Or more specifically, I think it's, again, kind of a very, very vocal minority. She's certainly not, like, the strongest champion, but she always provides value. Like, she is good. She's just not flashy or, like, something to meaningfully build around for the most part. What's my favorite combo so far? I mean, there's a lot of combos that I like. For instance, Grail with, like, Banish can do some cool things. Particularly if you get, like, Sword Maiden, I think that works out really well with his, like, erratic assistance and a lot of what he can do. Under Legion with Lazarus being able to, like, propagate reanimate is cool, especially if you're doing, like, self-unstable builds where you have, you know, like, just a unit up front that has a whole bunch of reanimate and a whole bunch of unstable, and every time enemies attack into it or at the end of the turn, it just explodes for massive damage. I think that's a lot of fun. I think, like, the cooldown reduction stuff with Pyreborn is a lot of fun. Especially with, like, well, there's just a lot of cool things. Luna's definitely my least favorite of the new clans. Pyreborn, maybe my second least favorite of the new clans. And again, this is, like, mechanically. I still think they're good. I still think they're fun to play. I just probably have less fun with them than some of the others. God, they just keep giving me Banished. And they keep giving me Bloodsuit. Whatever. Whatever. We got Herzl's Horde, which I don't dislike. Although I do always kind of get its picture and Fierce Greed mixed up. Because when looked at it in the corner of my eye, they look similar. Trade Guard's fine. Phase Blessing is such a good card, though really is much better when you have Conduit. And Bloodsuit is whatever. I don't know. Okay. So... Celine units get plus 20 during full moon. Silent gets plus 20 during new moon. We do have Moon Ritual, so we have better ability to control that. And so that's not terrible with the Shade Guard. Using a spell to hit the boss for 2,000 plus damage feels good. Thanks, Luna. Yeah, it is pretty silly. I do really appreciate that, despite like Stygian and Luna both being spellcasting clans, that they functionally feel very different to play. I just unlocked Sal's Cat and Lazarus. How dare you compare that creature to my glorious, beautiful cat? Like, just so everyone's on the same page, we're gonna pull up the unit that that Ether is talking about. This fucking horrifying monstrosity. Not the same. It's a cool unit, mind you, but like, no. Anyway, Sinner's Salve is okay. It does make it so we can take Calcified Embers with impunity, basically. And we can play the Vengeful Shards, though, again, I think the Vengeful Shards are pretty fucking meaningless. Like, as an experiment, just don't play your Vengeful Shards a single time in the run. And I'll tell you right now, it basically doesn't matter. Unless you are thinning your deck out dramatically, which is overall harder to do in Monster Train 2, and typically not as useful. The amount of damage you take from them across the entire run is basically inconsequential. But whatever. Anyways, I might take Sinner's Salve. I do like it. But I am imagining a world in which we are making a bunch of Shade Guards, and then they're getting just bonus attack from that. And that's pretty nice. I kind of like that world. I kind of want to live in it. It's also much better if we end up drafting, like, Nightingale. Nightingale is definitely, like, the best use case for Lunar Lantern, since it has pretty poor base attack, but innate multi-strike, kind of. I don't know. I lean towards taking Lunar Lantern here, but Sinner's Salve is nice. Yeah, fuck it. We'll take Lunar Lantern. I feel like the Luna are missing a room card for Full Moon. Kind of. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they get one added. Excuse me. But they already have a number of room cards, either in clan or in, like, the neutral pool, that are effectively, like, the Full Moon card. Like, there's... is it Planetarium? Whoops, that is not at all where I meant my hand to be. So Planetarium, friendly units getting Conduit 5 is essentially a Full Moon card. And Enchanted Chambers, the other one, which is also, like, this is in the neutral pool, but again, is essentially a Full Moon card. Also, I think there are more things offhand that want you to be in Full Moon, so I think it makes more sense for there to be a New Moon specific buffing card than for there to be a, like, extra Full Moon room. Again, I wouldn't totally be surprised if that gets added, but I see why that's not in currently. Okay, and I have done all 3 of her paths. I think we're going to take Enchantress. I don't really need to take Enchantress, but I kind of want to. So we're going to. And we're going to hope that we just don't die in Ring 1. I think we'll be okay. being sick is so annoying. I can only play till half the run before I need to take a break due to fatigue. Yeah, I feel you. I've had a couple times in my life where I've been like really, really violently sick. Like where I just like couldn't get off the couch. And they're very memorable in a couple ways. Like one of those, I was sick for like a week and I just like couldn't get off the couch basically. I even had to call my parents at one point because I was just like too weak to make food for myself. So like I had to ask them to like bring me some food, which felt bad, but like whatever. They like being able to help out, so they didn't mind it. It just felt like really silly that I was that weak that I couldn't walk the like, 5 feet to the kitchen and even make myself oatmeal. But yeah, that was also the week where I started reading One Piece, and I read 300 chapters of One Piece because I was too sick to do anything else. It was also the week where I started watching Poirot, the TV adaptation of Agatha Christie's murder mysteries, which is actually pretty good. I liked it once I got into it. But yeah, anyways, at the time I was a manager in retail, and it was like extra frustrating because I had employees at the store who were like, I had to call it sick and I had to like make it clear to them like I can't come in for multiple days. And there were several who were like bitching like, oh, he's, leaving us in the lurch by, calling out and leaving us on, this busy time. And, like, luckily my boss at the time had my back. I really appreciate that he like, told him, he's like, he's allowed to be sick. Like, just cool it. Like, let him be sick. When's the last time he took vacation or had a sick day? And then when I did come back to work on the weekend, I was only, like, half recovered. I wasn't, like, contagious anymore or anything, but I was still so weak that I could only, like, work half a day. And I'm not gonna lie, it was very satisfying that as soon as my employees saw me, they're like, oh shit, you really do look really bad. I'm like, yeah, this is after I've improved. And they're like, oh, I get it now. I'm like, yeah. There's a reason I wasn't here. I don't call it sick unless I need to. Anyways, rambling aside, let's actually play the run now. You're one mad man. 300 chapters of One Piece in one go. Yeah. I do want the Fate's Blessing. I think I want the Inspire, though. And we do want to be ending in New Moon as much as possible. I can't kill the Collector because I have no way to shift. Oh, well. Alright, we're gonna do it on you, even though I kind of want to get rid of these Scourge dudes. But we want to end in New Moon so that he's always getting the buff. Which so far is going quite well. Despite the many Scourges, we're lining up nicely. Alright. Well, we should beat the boss no problem, I think. Sadly, I don't get to, like, save an extra shield steward or whatever, but that's fine. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to end in full moon there. But we have Lisa in full moon this turn, which means that we get to benefit from the extra damage, which is fine. Even without it, we had the kill here. You don't want to set up on bottom for the max Enchantress buff. I wasn't sure that I was going... So, two things. One, I wasn't sure that I would be strong enough to kill the boss on the bottom floor. I think with this setup, I would have been okay. Secondly, I didn't want to leak as many enemies, and I really needed time for, like, the Shade Guard to, like, build up some attack and all of that. It would have been fine if I had lost a bit of HP, but I still would prefer to avoid it. And then beyond that, I don't really care that much if the stewards get the buffs. Like, yes, it's nice. It's not my biggest main concern. So as long as, like, the Shade Guard is getting the buff, that is mostly what I care about here. Yeah, I'll take the Divinity. The Selfless Sacrifice is kind of nice into the sweepers, but we already have Phase Blessing. Silver Strike is a maybe. Bloody Moon, I think, is what we're taking, though. Partly because it maybe helps me get the Collectors occasionally. Okay, we're going here, I think, and then I'm maybe going to make a gamble with the Merchant of Arms on the next floor. Okay, so I could take Nightingale right here, which is probably the correct play. I kind of just want to go all in on Shade Guard, and I still might. If I see Smidgestone, I probably am going to utilize it, but I think Nightingale is pretty good. Like, that's not bad. I'm a little wary of spending all my gold here, though. But I think I'm willing to do this. I don't think it's necessary, but I am doing it. Unfortunately, the Nightingale may die to the spikes. And I think maybe we need to play on a lower floor to prevent that. So, and this is the buffed up one. Don't really need to have Talos here, but that's what we're doing anyways. Thank you for cooperating, Collector. I think we're doing this. I could also play the Blood Suit, but I think just getting the Valor on our dude is pretty good. Unfortunately, we were not in New Moon, which is sad, but whatever. We were definitely doing worse on the whole phase control here, but whatever. I was kind of hoping for the other Blood Suit to kill him, but that's okay. Alright, we're not going to play the other Moon Ritual because we do want to end in the right phase. Okay, so you do survive now, and we can do that. I was going to fly Talos to top floor if I needed to, because I think with his current situation, he can basically win here. It's a little worse not being able to kill the backliner, but overall, we're fine. And then we get the Celebrate buff on the whole team, basically, which is good. Rising Rage is appealing, even if I use it literally all the goddamn time. Warbler is cute as well. I don't think we need that, though. It's really just, do I want Rising Rage? Cleave would be nice. Cleave would be nice. Heavily agree. It's a great card. I don't know. I kind of want to take the Rising Rage. I think I'm going to skip, though. I'm going to skip these, though they are good. And then we're going to make a Desperate Gambit here. No. Okay. Unfortunate, but fine. I might take the Everlasting Light, though, because it's consistently a solid card. A colorful vortex hurls the train towards a vast empty space filled with nothing except a deck of cards. A strange face emerges. It's Jimba the Joker. The Joker presents you with 3 cards and exclaims, pick a card, any card. Which Joker card do you take? I think this is the first time I've gotten this event on stream. Think so, at least. So, our options are Canio. When you purge a card outside of combat, gain 75 gold. Or Chico. Bosses start with Mute 3, which would matter a lot more if we were up against Dominion. It's still good. It's just would be way better against him. Or Gros Michel. Non-champion friendly units gain plus 10 attack. After each round of combat, 10% chance for this artifact to be destroyed. I feel like I get this event every other run. I mean, that's just the nature of RNG. Sometimes you're going to see things a lot. But I don't know. I kind of want to take Canio because it would allow me to get rid of some garbage real quick and would make my moon ritualing a lot more consistent, which is pretty important to me right now. Can it be Cavendish? It can. Hey, thanks for the raid, Ashaka. How you doing, friend? How goes the monster training and all that? I don't know. Like, I definitely lean towards just taking Chico because just muting bosses is good. The only, like, major annoyance of this is that it will mute Dominion in the Titan fight, and so it will make the fight take longer, which is annoying, but it's fine. I think we're probably just going to take Canio. The Gros Michel is also good. We'll just take this. I don't know. Took me 37 hours to do the Cults of the Lamb event. All praise RNG. That's how it be sometimes. Chico killed me. Titan Skin dude is rough with Chico. Yeah, that is definitely worse. There are some bad matchups like that, but a lot of the minor bosses are way better with that. Like, it makes Kel not be an asshole. Unfortunately, I did not get the thing that I wanted. Also, I totally spaced out that I was trying to do the purging. Totally spaced out, even after I just took the Joker. I'm doing alright, Tiny. How you doing? Okay, that's good enough for now. It's not what I wanted from the Merchant of Arms. I had great hopes and desires, but it is what it is. It is, in fact, what it is. Right. So. How dare you have hopes and dreams? I ask myself that each and every day. Do I want to set a bottom floor? I kind of do. And I kind of want Everlasting Light on you because you're in front, but I think I want it on you because you hit twice. Okay, so you go down here. We're only going to do this once so that we can get the bonus. We're also avoiding killing on his floor, which is nice for the moment. It's not a huge concern. Would have loved to have gotten the Penitent's blood suit out, but so be it. I'm not having great experience with the Woken. They're fine to support, but yeah, besides Animus and Will, their units seem weak, skill or true, or do you feel me? I have not played as much with the Monster Train 1 clans in this game yet, for a variety of reasons. But yeah, I do feel you to some degree. I think, I said this before, but I do think that the Monster Train 1's clans are being sort of propped up by a couple specific cards, which makes them kind of volatile. They're also definitely being propped up by, like, specific well, they're being propped up by equipment in general, especially because they don't have equipment of their own, so they're more likely to see certain equipment and rooms from the neutral pool. So, like, if you are playing in a particular way where you're chasing only those, it can lead to some weird situations where you are sort of strong, but not really because of your clan's mechanics, and I don't really love that. But, yeah. I think they're in an okay state overall. I don't think they're as good as I want them to be. Okay, unsurprisingly, we have the kill here, because we're just that cool. I did take a little bit of pyre damage, but that was so that I could continue buffing up my other dudes. And we continue just getting free stats, as is the whole joy of Enchantress Talos. Sanctuary's not bad. Cursed Twinblade's a decent pickup. Especially since I have Herzl's Horde, and so I can more easily do deployment shenanigans. What is even the base stats of Shade Guard? $1540. Okay. So we've gotten a bit of strength on him right now. Anyways, I kind of lean towards the Cursed Twinblade. Just like Multi-Strike is really useful. I think that is probably what we're taking. I do really like Sanctuary, though. We don't need another Nightingale. We don't need a Lunar Priestess. The Selene Acolyte is very good, but not here. I mean, it could still be good, like especially if we gave it quick, so it could help sweep things for us. I had a pretty funny Incant Wildington run, Dominion Pyre, Rage Siren Dualism, Armor Incant. My deck was mostly Sting, so silly. Yeah, there's some cool things you can do like that. And so we have 8 Deployment Ember. And I'm currently at about 6 that I care about. We are using up 8 with the Stewards as well, kind of. I think I just want capacity. Not totally sure if that's true. I think we want capacity. Yeah. Although if I hit like Smidge Stone, then it ends up being a lot less important. I want another Merchant of Arms. Does that mean I want to just do Merchant of Magic right here? That's a maybe. Could do this. I don't know what I'd want at the Merchant of Trinkets, though. But I don't like super care about most Merchant of Magic things either. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Conduit 4 is okay. Shift triggers additional time. Doesn't matter. Crown of the Eternal could be cool once Talos is just buffing her HP to the high heavens. I don't think I really need to buy that, though, but it is sort of intriguing. Remnant rare, Pyroborn rare, Lazarus rare. What even are the Remnant rares? I think the answer is nothing I want right now. Pretty confident I don't want the Lazarus one either. Let's try this. Well, I don't want Devilish Details. It's kind of cute, but I don't really want that. I'm just going to skip these because we don't have Pyre Gel. We don't have Pyre Gel, and I don't care. Oh, one card that got better in Monster Train 2, in my opinion, Siren Song. I think it's silly with how buff Pyres are. Yes, it is very strong. Several testers think it is like the strongest card in the game, or at least by far the strongest Stygian card. And again, if the Monster Train 1 clans get more comprehensive, like, balance pass, I would love to see it get changed or nerfed in some way. But like the Monster Train 1 clans are in, again, kind of a weird state where they're being propped up by certain cards. And so, like, Siren Song is one of those cards. And so it can't really get nerfed right now without buffing other things and changing other things, because otherwise it just fucks with the clan too much. Anyways, we're doing this. Crown of the Eternal's cute. I think we're just going to reroll. First time each turn it becomes full moon, gain 1. I kind of like that. I think we're taking Silent Sigil. Yeah, it's kind of cute. I think we'll take that. I don't think it's, like, totally necessary, but I am using basically only silent units right now. So, here we are. Bargain Invasion's fine. I might take some damage, but that's okay. Also, Big feels bad. Little Icarus feels so much worse. Yes, you still can do some good things with her, but she is definitely a lot worse. That is 100% the case. Alright, I'll put you there for now. Oh god, the corruption dudes. Like, at least... at least she had some numbers tweaks. But, yeah. Little Icarus definitely not in a great spot currently. Alright, we're gonna do that. Should have put the other one up front, but I didn't. Alright, well, we're going to take some corruption, which is fine. But I should have put the other one up front, because if I am going to have one of them die, I'd rather it be the weaker of them. But here we are. Okay, not quite killing you, which is concerning, but whatever. Well, am I willing to sacrifice HP? Probably. Well, I'm getting the kill there, so I'll do this. I'm still taking damage from him, but we're sort of stabilizing now. The Silent Armor thing saved one of my runs, prevented Icky Dominion Seraph from murdering everyone. Yes, it is useful for such reasons. It would be a lot better if I were moon cycling a lot more, but oh well. Alright, have a nice night, Ashaka. Thanks for hanging out. I'm 4-5 against the Titans. I've only lost my first fight against them, but getting to them / Seraph is rough. Well, it's a start. It'll get easier over time, just like, you know, any other deck builder as you learn the game more. Alright. The extra armor wasn't actually that helpful because I had like 27 Valor on him. But, hey, I definitely should be playing the Phase Blessing on other... Oh, actually, I didn't want to do that. I did want to end in New Moon. I was thinking that it didn't matter because I didn't need the extra, like, multi-strike to kill things. But I do actually want the Shade Guard getting the buff. So, here we are. But yeah, I should be using the Phase Blessing on other dudes. Also right against Ajax, which is fine. He does do a whole lot of sapping, but I think we'll be in a decent spot. Alright, look at us go. Pretty confident I didn't need the Divinity last turn, and I thought about skipping it so that I would have been able to just take 1 less damage from the Vengeful Shard. Oh well, here we are. Yeah. We definitely were more than strong enough. Unfortunately, I did let the wrong steward die. Oh well, it's fine. I do like Benediction. I don't think we need another Everlasting Light, though I might, like, fuse these and dupe it. I could just take another one rather than do the duping. You know what? I'll do that. That's fine. Eclipse Chamber is quite good, and I think is what we're taking. Because I'm not using a room currently, right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll take that. We are going here. Draw a non-damage spell from your deck, cost -1. That's fine, but like it can grab the Moon Ritual, which is worthless, kind of. I guess not totally worthless. There's a lot of things you can grab that I don't really care about. I don't know if we're gonna bother going to a Merchant of Magic after this. I'll just grab this. Nope. Those are fine, but they're not for us. Shield of Wing, again, is quite good. We're going to reroll. Didn't get what I was hoping for, but that's fine. Right. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's fuse that to that. And let's make that deployable. Here we are. What are we hoping for? We're hoping for Hall of Mirrors, though it's so much later than I wanted to see it, even if we do see it here on out. But Hall of Mirrors was the ideal. Because, for fun secret tech, we could have made a second Talos, and then doubled her buff to all dudes at the end of the fight. Which is not necessary, but it is cool. Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, like, there's a lot of cool things you can do in this game. Possible NDA questions. Was there a time when you could merge two of the same equip? I believe that you could do that in the demo at one point. So that is not like a spoiler, I don't think. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you could do that when the demo first went live. Okay, I don't really need to worry about ending a new moon now, since the Eclipse Chamber always makes that active. Nonetheless, we still want to phase when we can, because it gives us armor and all that. Okay, so you shoot you, put you down on the floor, you go there, Talos hops in, and then you get to chill out with your best bud, and then our murder floor commences. Unfortunately, I can't kill you, which is sad, but also not unexpected. Just Just trying to see if there's any way I can do this slightly better. I think the answer is not really. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the Collector, because I never get the Collector. This game is all about doing ridiculous things and breaking all sorts of limits and expectations. Yes, that is a large part of what makes this game as fun as it is. I probably didn't need to actually heal you. Whatever, that's okay. The Phase Blessing, not amazing for us. It's okay. Yeah, I'm actually just going to do these up here because I don't want to get sapped. It's not a big deal, but I do think it's unnecessary for us to be generating Conduit on this floor. Sure, I'll just leave this as is. I mean, I guess we can just shoot him and remove one Titan skin. But, like, I've got Titanite, I take half damage, I've got a fair bit of Valor, especially because I build it up every turn with the Everlasting Lights. Like, we're doing okay. Plus, we get extra armor every time it phases to New Moon. And we're building up stats all over the place. Like, we're in perfectly fine shape. Nothing is a problem. Okay, oh, we took 1 damage from Vengeful Shard. What a shame. Lead Songbird is cute. Not for right now. Like, Talos is generally pretty good with the Hymnus, but it's not what we want. Benediction I like. I know I keep saying that I'm not taking it, but that's because I've just had other things that I want to buy. I don't know that I need it. I guess I'll take it. I don't think we're going to make great use of it, though. Silver Ink is very good in the right situation. This is not really that situation. I'm not taking either of those. So. We are definitely going here because we have not done any upgrade on the Nightingale. And there's still an upgrade on the Shade Guard, so here we are. Dualism just gives him more stealth, which I don't care about. Well, that's not entirely true. Dualism is weird because it does apply to equipment, and so this would increase the amount of Valor generated by the Everlasting Light, which I actually maybe want to do that. Fine, sure, let's go for it. Could do quick. I don't think that's, like, super necessary, but it's not the worst thing, especially if I'm equipping them with the Everlasting Light. Maybe? Yeah, that's probably what we're doing. I'm not, like, wild about this, but I think it's fine. Then we heal way more than we care about. And then we're duping the Nightingale, which is partly why we're committing to the upgrades right now. Alright, there's a Lifesteal Kale, which is whatever. Do I want to set up bottom floor? I think we do still want to set up bottom floor. And now we no longer have to worry about, like, drawing the Spear Steward early. Because we have the floor set up regardless, so Talos can immediately then just go join her compatriots and live her best life. And they generate armor because it's good. And then we just slaughter them. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with the Benediction. The Divinity is also good, but I'll just do the Benediction. Set myself up for later in case it actually matters. I suspect it won't, but... Yeah, Quick is doing some work for us already. Again, I don't really need to be buffing the stewards, but why not buff them when I can buff them? Like, our dudes are doing plenty of work down here. Probably because they just start with some pretty hefty raw stats from Talos. And then with the Everlasting Light and multiple attacks on all my dudes, like, you know, it's real good. Plus Eclipse Chamber means that we're never without the multi-strike, and we're getting extra attack at the end of the turn, and the Shade Guard is just getting a whole heaping bundle of stats. Like, it's a lot of good stuff for us. Turns out there are some good things you can do with a Luna that don't revolve around spells. I mean, half of this is also just like banish stuff, but you get the point. Alright, and then we just kind of cleave through some steak and ruin Kale's day. It's a shame we didn't get more multi-strike on the Nightingales. That's fine. It just would have been nice. I do like Lunacycle Staff. This is way too late for us to care. Stardust Invocation is a no. Sanctuary is good, but we'll skip it. Especially now that we have the Quick. We are going to go with Ember, I think. Even though I'm not totally convinced that was the right choice. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do here. I think maybe we go for the Merchant of Magic. Like, the main reason for going here is just for the removals, but I could also look for, like, multi-strike on the Shade Guard, or if I could find Smidge Stone, that'd actually be really good. I'll do this. Sure, great, done, easy. Unfortunately, we don't get many fights for the Enchantress 3 to take effect. Whatever. I really enjoyed Dominion Pyreheart. Which ones do you value? I really like Dominion Pyreheart 2. I do think that if you're doing random, it can lead to some very bad starts, because there are some champions who really expect you to have their starter card. Like, for instance, Grail is a lot weaker without his erratic assistance. Like, you can still make up for that, especially if you, like, end up drafting some other, like, graft units, but not having assistance to devour or a bunch of equipment to jam into Living Armory or equipment to buff with Learning Limb, like, makes him way worse as a champion. So, like, I really do like Pyre of Dominion. It's good. I like most of the Pyre Hearts. The ones I'd say are definitely on the weak side are Winged Spirit is pretty terrible for the most part. Echo the Time Father is kind of hit and miss. It's mostly pretty bad. Aquaths is pretty not great. And I personally absolutely despise Pyre of Entropy. And I'm not a big fan of Malaka's either. I see the value in Malaka's. It's actually pretty decent in this game since a lot of reasons. I still don't like it just because I don't like Persist Reflection. But objectively, it's pretty good. Pyre of Entropy is like, okay, it's fine strength-wise, but playing with it, I absolutely hate. But most of the Pyres are pretty good. Like, Fierce Greed is pretty solid. Life Mother is okay. The people are definitely overvaluing it. Like, yeah, it has a couple, like, situations where it's good, but most of the situations, you already were in a winning run anyways, and it's just a win more situation, which is like, yes, that's fun to play around, but from a strength perspective, it's not It's not like doing anything for you that you needed it to. Yeah. Anyways, there's a lot. I actually don't really need the Phase Blessing, and I might just get rid of those. I think we're getting rid of the Inspires, though. And I do get a bunch of gold from that. And we'll just leave that for now. Heaven Seal should be fine. This challenge sounds like nonsense. All units ascend, heal 5, and Pyre has 3 hits. Legion Stygian, which has no floor mobility. Yeah, I haven't done like any of the dimensional challenges. As I said before, I was waiting for the full release and figured I would just do them on stream at some point. But I haven't looked at what most of them entail yet. God, he's so small now. Cat, don't go up there, please. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, I might not be okay with setting up on bottom floor like this. I mean, I can put Talos here, which does get a fair bit of extra attack. Oh, why is this one not getting the dualism buff? Like, it's merged, and I assume that's just a text error, but if this is not getting the Valor ×2 from dualism, I will be annoyed. Because this one definitely explicitly calls out that it's Strike Valor 4. How you doing, by the way? My challenges experience ended when I met a guy with 80 regen and I didn't get anything good from double stats. Yeah, fair enough. I was just trying to math out if like putting Talos here kills, and I think it does. No, not quite. I really wanted to get the Train Steward here. Okay, but now we're killing. Yeah, we're gonna take some damage from you, whatever, that's fine. I think that's still better than having the these constantly hitting my Pyre. And like, I can afford to take some damage. Not a big deal. Although I hate that I can't get the Collector now, god damn it. Well, not quite killing you, which is not great, but whatever. Yeah, whatever. I probably should have just not set up on bottom floor. I take so much damage by letting him through. Yeah. Well, we'll play it out and see how it goes, but I might restart this fight due to poor life decisions. This is, in fact, why we wanted to cleave, of course. But, yeah, unfortunately, he basically heals to full. I take so much damage. Really should have just set up on at least mid-floor, and I think I would have been fine. Because it would have given me just a little bit longer to scale up for fights. Yeah, I mean, whatever. That's fine. It's my own hubris getting to me. Also, Rax is way easier on bottom floor. But, yeah. Bad fight for us, but we're still surviving. And good old Rax dies pretty quickly. Oh, God, 60 damage. It was so bad. Sure, I'll take another. Ritual Tome is cute, but we're gonna skip. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my own decisions. Yeah. Yeah. Here we are. Way too late. Titan's Edict is okay. I mean, Void Armor is fine, but no. I could take Overgrowth Carapace and just put it on a Train Steward up top. Like, that's not the worst thing. Okay. That's still 34 HP too many. I mean, if this were... If we didn't have the Titans being just, you know, constant damage to the Pyre, I would agree with you. But life is a lot less exciting when they are doing that. I should probably have looked at the rest of these, shouldn't I? That's fine, we'll take that. If it's full moon, spells in hand, gain magic power, mage blade, draw a room card from your deck. Oops, not the store I was looking for. Yeah, I mean, like, we already have deployable on the room, so that doesn't help us. I could take Bloodthirsty Blade. I don't think that matters. I don't think that's helpful in any way, shape, or form. Whatever. Here we are. Fighting Savagery. We should be fine. Okay. So, this goes here. There he is. I just couldn't see my Shade Guard for a moment. The Benediction is actually fairly appealing. We're still not going to do it, though, because I really want to play out the merged equipment. Alright, unfortunately, you guys are going to get killed by Savagery. Well, by Seraph. But we'll delay it for a bit, at least. Alright. We're not quite strong enough yet to kill those guys. But we're working on it. Alright, so we kill you so that we get rid of the Titan skin, so it's way easier to kill the rest of these guys. And then our poor Train Stewards, who we've taken with us all this way, are now getting murdered. I could just give you... I could move you to another floor and let you get the Valor, which is like the armor, which is kind of a cute idea. But I think we just don't. Yeah, eventually we get to a point where we are killing those guys fast enough. Hopefully. Did you know that Dominion's card adds your hand is considered a spell? So with Artifact, yes. Create ephemeral copy of first played card. Gives you 2 Dominion card per turn. Yeah, you're talking about the Pyrelight, and yes, I am aware of that. It is cool tech, though, for sure. God, I fucking hate this guy. Okay, well, we're moving you there, so you'll get a ton of armor. And there's no way that Seraph can threaten you this coming turn because he can't go back to the same floor. I mean, she doesn't need the healing anymore. haven't played Steward Room yet. It seems like it could be amusing, though. Steward's Room is good, even if you're not playing Stewards. Just the fact that it gives extra... capacity is so useful. Like, especially since you can make it deployable, and so you can use it to just cheat out an extra unit onto the floor. It's very nice. Alright, we'll just let these guys kill. Yeah, we lose a little bit of damage shields. It's fine. Talos will join this floor now. Doesn't really change anything either way. Gain a little bit more armor on my dudes. And even more. Alright. So it was a little bit sketchy, but we got through there. Unfortunately, the trained stewards don't get the buffs. It's fine. The spear steward gets it at least. Everyone else gets it. I'm still a little sad that we never saw Hall of Mirrors, but that's fine. It is a rare room. That's just how it is. And thus, we fight the Titans. We don't have, like, the strongest deck, and it's pretty straightforward. Like, we put our units down, and then they just do their work. But sometimes that's what you need. Okay, technically, I could be using the Nightingales on, like, mid-floor to block some damage from Savagery, since they have stealth for 4 turns now, and he won't attack them. I'm not gonna worry about that, though. I'm not the biggest fan of the music for this fight. It's okay, but it's not like my favorite. Did I already 100% the game? No. I mean, depending on what you're considering as 100%ing the game. Like, no, I have not done every clan combo. Before release, I'd done many of them. But like, there's a lot of things to do, and I haven't done all the dimensional challenges, haven't mastered all the cards, yada yada. Like, there's a lot to do. If you're talking about, like, have I beaten a Covenant 10 versus the Titans? Yes, I've done that multiple times. Especially before release. But even post-release, we've done it several times already. You know, you can have a little bit of armor. All story events, all hearts, all dimensional, finish story. I have done all the story things, and I've gotten all the pyre hearts. I have not done the dimensional challenges yet. We'll do them eventually, but I just haven't done them yet. Now, I should have played the Steward on mid-floor so I could have blocked better, but that's fine. Oh no, we get sapped. However shall we handle such a fate? I do enjoy that even our just basic-ass Stewards have, you know, 70 or 80 HP. Or the Spear Steward even has just 90. It's gonna take us a while, but we will chew through these things. Really could have used this on a different turn, but okay. I do a non-trivial amount of damage. It's just, they have a lot of life to chew through, and I have to kill the minion anyways. Alright. Well, we're probably going to kill Dominion before we kill Entropy at this rate, unfortunately. But once Savagery goes down, we can start dealing damage to Entropy whenever Savagery is on the floor. Yeah, I'll still play that out. I'll still do that. We take 1 damage, it's fine. Could have also, like, protected you a little bit. It's whatever. Okay. Now is when we start doing massive damage to these guys. couldn't have quite killed. But that's fine. So Dominion's almost dead. Entropy is almost dead. Alright. So, you're going to die. We kill down here, and if that wasn't enough, we're actually going to do this as well. Because now we block the damage from Savagery, and she also attacks and murders Entropy. Because, why not? Ta-da! And she would have gotten boatloads of armor from the Valor. There we go. Pretty simple fight. Again, we take 40 damage. Who cares? Who cares? But we did it. We had some sketchy moments, but for the most part, it's a pretty comfortable run. And again, like, that's sort of the value of Talos is, you know, she wasn't our main attacker. She wasn't our main, like, focus. But just by having her around, we're able to do whatever other strategy we want. And she just gives consistent value. Like in this case, we end up with her having, you know, a boatload of HP and a bit of attack. The Nightingales are sitting on, you know, 100 HP. Yada, yada, yada. I think this is taking into account, I think they got HP after killing the Titans. But still, like, just, you know, all of my units are essentially being given, like, 1 to 2 free large stones, which is not bad. I've not had a Titan fight hit the Endless phase yet. If you mean Relentless, that's because it doesn't, which I think is one of the problems with the fight. It has no Relentless phase. It just goes endlessly until either they are dead or you are dead. But yeah, there we go. That was a run. Yeah, anyway, so we'll jump into it and play another. That is just kind of the deal. Alright, we're playing Orochi. We got a Time Father. And we start with Guildmonger, which is kind of a weird unit currently. I always see X turn boss rush. Yes, so there is no Relentless, but it does still give you a boss rush score, depending on what turn you kill them on, just because of how that is coded, where, yeah, it still projects Relentless as though it were on a particular turn, so if you kill them before that turn, you get the extra score, but there is no Relentless. And I believe the only Orochi we haven't done is the Incant one. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're going to try to do. Okay. So, currently, Sketches is not very good for me. It's okay. It's not very good, though. But, there's a world in which we remove most things from the deck except for the Overworked Assistant, and so we can start getting the Overworked Assistant pulled out for free. And that's not bad. The problem is that, unfortunately, Sketches no longer is reliable on what floor it's going to put things on. And so if I really wanted that to be entirely reliable, I'd have to make a third Overworked Assistant. Well, specifically, I'd have to have 3, like, duplicate ones if I wanted to ensure I'd always have the right one on the right floor. My fastest Titan run was 6 turns, and it was 4 turns boss rush, so I don't see how it was. So I wasn't sure how it was calculated. Yeah, I believe it's like turn 9 or 10 or whatever is what they count as, like, the Relentless turn. So any turns before that, it gives you extra score. Anyways, I lean towards just taking Guildmonger. I'm just trying to imagine a world in which we really do what I want to do with Sketches here. And, like, again, Overworked Assistant is good. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to reposition him if he ends up on the wrong floor, so I'd have to be doing other things. Yada, 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 yada. At the moment, it's also just kind of okay. I can also use it to pull out things that are not Overworked Assistant. Did my first Titan yesterday, 15 turns, no bonus. Most of my Titan kills are between 7 to 9 turns. But again, I could speed it up, kind of, but I don't really draft for ways to kill the minion faster because I don't see the point. Can you explain how to use the assistant? Yeah, sure. So, he starts with a reanimate, and incant, he himself gains unstable. So, the more you are incanting on his floor, the more it builds up unstable. Unstable is if a unit's HP is less than or equal to the stacks of unstable at the end of combat, or when they would otherwise die, as if they like take a hit from an enemy and would die. Well, yeah, anyway, so if they have more unstable than HP, they die. And on death, this unit explodes, dealing damage equal to stacks to enemies on the floor. So, if you incant a bunch with him, he will build up a big stack of unstable, and then naturally will die at the end of the turn, and will do damage equal to his unstable to all enemies on the floor. And so you use him as just kind of like a guaranteed sweeping damage that builds up more and more over the course of the fight as you stack more and more unstable on him. He works best if you're doing like an incant build, but like Secret Ingredient, for instance, is very good for incanting, since you can just play out both the Secret Ingredient and then the infusion itself, and that is 2 incants per card, basically. Add to that, you can also put on like Spell Chain, and then you can get 4 incants from a single card, which is a lot. The big kicker is that you need to make sure he has enough reanimate to stay alive, and so putting like Dualism and just like a reanimate upgrade on him will bring you to starting reanimate 4. There's a bunch of things in Lazarus that also let you stack more reanimate on him, or if you've got Under Legion, you can also propagate to increase his reanimate. Point is, stack reanimate, do a bunch of incanting, he becomes a bigger and bigger bomb every turn. If you need to get extra procs of it, you can even put him up front so enemies are attacking into him, because every time they attack him and kill him, it will trigger the unstable as well, so you can get multiple procs of the unstable each turn. Or if you are in a clan that has like self-damage pings, you can also shoot him with your own spells to trigger it again as well. There's lots of things you can do, but the basic idea is keep him alive with reanimate, incant a bunch, he does a lot of work. Anyways, we're going to take Guild Marker. And we do have the Arechi that I wanted, so we're going to take Incant, Unstable, Arechi. Alright. So we're going to put you there, and we're going to put Guildmonger on the bottom. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Always happy to explain. Okay, so we're going to just kill those ones. And we're going to kill those ones, because we have tons of backline damage. I will do the Rage one, and I'll just take the damage from the Vengeful Shard and get rid of that. Have we beaten the Titans yet? Yes, I've beaten them multiple times, especially before the official release of the game. We just beat them like 5 to 10 minutes ago as well. Thanks for the follow, by the way. But yeah, I've beaten them many times. I forgot that I already had an infusion. That's fine. We'll do this and kill the backliner. He doesn't have enough unstable yet to explode, unfortunately, but that's okay. I also need to remember that I have Time Father. Definitely not going to be using this Overworked Assistant as well as I could be, but fair enough. Probably should have been making a green potion, but here we are. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. I can't fit you out, like, anywhere. Okay, so now you're exploding enough. Also, I probably should have put that incant here. It's fine. We're doing some damage there. I'm not too worried about it. We do want the Guildmonger to die, and then Rechu will probably kill him top floor regardless. You know what? Sure, we'll do some incanting here. I could have done a lot more incanting here, but... you know what? We'll just save that for next floor. I'm confident that we win on top floor. No reason to get too fancy about it. Okay. There we go. And have some more. Do stat buffs and buffs like Unstable stay after reanimating, or do you go back to your original stat? Everything stays. They count as dying for things like Harvest and Slay and Extinguish, but they're never removed from the field, so everything stays. It's Alive is good. Pseudoscience is... I don't like the randomness of Pseudoscience, but like it does give a good variety of effects. We're probably taking Pseudoscience. Potion Kit is fine, but I think we're taking Pseudoscience. I do like another Flicker. I'm not sure I want the Calcified Ember, though, especially when I already have 2 of them. Golden Touch is okay, though. So they don't die but trigger death effects. That's much better than I thought. Yeah, so, like, they die in all intents and purposes. But, yes, they're never removed from the field. They don't lose any buffs. They don't have to get replayed, whatever. But they do count as dying. They just don't leave the field at all. And, yes, it's overall very strong. I feel like I need to sneeze, and I don't think I will be able to. Does not feel great. So, I'm debating whether I want to take the Golden Touch as a way to trigger my own Unstable, and I think the answer is yes. It also, you know, builds up Horde. We'll see how much that actually matters. Do they also re-trigger Summon? No, because they never leave the field, and so they never re-enter the field, and so they do not trigger Summon. Okay. I think we want to go here. I do really want to do Merchant of Steel stuff, too. But I think we're doing this. Okay. Ooh, but there's Gold Tooth. It's Gold Tooth, everybody. I like Gold Tooth a lot. I wasn't planning to play Gold Tooth, but I could. Also, I totally did not even look at, like, what boss we're up against. We're up against Dominion, everyone's least favorite friend. Whatever. So be it. I do expect that Dominion's probably going to get nerfs to, like, at least early Covenant. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Like, I don't think he's bad, other than I still have complaints about him, ruining backliners, but like again, if we had one Seraph who ruined backliners, totally fine. I think it's bad that we have 2 Seraphs of 3 who ruin backliners. I think that's just bad design. I mean, I feel like we should take Gold Tooth here. Really not what I was intending to do, but like Gold Tooth to Gold Tooth, so let's live our Gold Tooth shaped life. I was gonna do Spell Chain on Secret Ingredient. But I think we're just doing this. And I think I am willing to do that. I don't know. I was originally going to, like, dualism it, but... I don't know. Here we are. Honestly, I'll do that. That's fine. Here we are. I don't know. I'm somewhat changing my plans. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so. Yeah, I didn't really want the lifesteal anyway. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Don't mind me. Meant to play the overworked assistant first. Totally spaced. He was also the one who was supposed to get it in case he gets reanimate. It's not, like, perfect, but whatever. I don't have a good reanimate fuel at this point, so I fully expect that he's just not going to be great at the moment, regardless of what I do. But we're at least trying to get some value out of him. Oh, I didn't realize I'm not killing you. But that's fine. God, with a Titan skin that doesn't kill you. No, it's fine. Die. Enjoy. Okay. Sure enough, there's that. I'm not using Arechi, like, at all, unfortunately, but that is what it is. I'm getting less incants this way, but I was really hoping to get more reanimate. I could also put the reanimate on him to give me more horde, because it will trigger his gain horde whenever he dies, which is cute. Sure, whatever, fine. I'm gonna do this just so I am not forced to redraw these. I'm not in great shape. I actually might have died at the boss because I have played somewhat greedily. Yeah, that's not looking great. Really wish this shield steward was dead so I could do other things, but yeah, not great. Lifesteal's okay. Honestly, I kind of want the spikes. Well, unfortunately, I'm not very strong right now. Yeah, and I die. That's fine. I definitely played that badly. It's okay. It's okay. I probably could have salvaged it had I played that fight differently, but that's okay. We'll go again and try to be less bad. Okay. I think I've done this clan combo already as far as the crowns go. I definitely have. I think that's fine. Like, I don't totally want to be repeating combos, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time. Shift triggers an additional time? Yes, I will take that. Well, we're taking Unchained then, I guess. Vanguardian's fine. It's kind of boring, but we'll take double shift Unchained. Why not? And stupid Time Father again. All my homies hate Time Father. Yeah, Firebrand knows what's up. Whoops. Okay, so. Alright. More Valor. Would love to be able to kill you. There's no way that's happening. Yeah, that's just unfortunately not going to be the case. I suppose I could have made a fungi up top, but I didn't. I mean, I can still do that right now, and it will do okay for us. Yeah, it still works. Not the way I meant to do that. That's fine. It works. We get the kill. Fel gets her shifts. We even get some armor on the other dudes to make up for some of the HP lost. Alright, Firebrand has to waste most of his time attacking into the minions, sadly. Alas, that's life for you. Here we go. And thus we murder. Well, here we are. Rising Rage is almost certainly what we want. Penitence Death Suit is whatever. We're already up to 22 permanent Valor on Fel, which is pretty cute. Pretty confident we want Rising Rage. Turns out overstacking floors is very good. Loam Code I like. I really like Gooey Flask. I'm so surprised that I haven't been using it at all. I don't think I want it right here, though. Also, we're up against Entropy. Goddamn Entropy. So I do want to go here for a variety of reasons. We're going to look for a shift unit, though, because, like, any shift unit would be great. If we get Death's Dancer, I'd love that. Yeah! Because it's like, we haven't mastered her yet, and double shift is even cooler with her. I mean, like, the armor one would also be great, but I'll happily take that. You know what? I'll just make you one capacity. I would love to give you, like, quick as well, but that's fine. Okay. Minus Ember per turn is a little annoying, but it's okay. She's so small. Smidgestone making things small always weirds me out, but it does make sense. Yeah, we'll do that. I can. Although I miss out on a shift here, that's probably fine. Having the minus Ember per turn hurts. Just as it hurts missing out on collectors. We'll just freeze those so that they don't have to get redrawn. I could have Rising Rage to overstack the floor, but I just want to do shifting. That's basically what I care about here. Yeah, it turns out we build up power real quick, since Fel is gaining a bunch of permanent Valor, and we're getting +8 attack on every unit on the floor every time. Turns out that's pretty good. And the Hypnus gets a kill. Extra shift artifact is awesome. Yeah, it's cool. It's not like as good as like double incant. But like it's solid. It's very good. It's just a little more limited. Don't think we need these. Challenge is fine. Whatever. I do like all of these. I think we're skipping them. Killed by a Sax was funny. Agreed. So I do want Merchant of Steel. I also kind of want Merchant of Arms. I think we're just going here, though. Because, like, if we hit Multi-Strike or, like, Quick, that would be good. Dualism doesn't do it for us. Could also do the Large Stone, just to give you stats. It's like, putting Quick here makes the Warblers a lot less important. Sword Maiden should quit Banished and join Lazarus. She went nuts with Dualism and Artificer Grail. Yeah, for sure. She is definitely an honorary member of Lazarus. I think this is what we're doing for reasons. I think that's just pretty good. Especially if I get some other things that I don't currently have. Alright. So, strike, apply corruption. Maybe. Spawn summon a random friendly unit from your deck. Interesting. Or melee weakness and spell weakness on strike. Pretty sure we just want that. Okay, Rage on Siphon, who cares? Whatever. Okay, I do need the Firebrand to block, which does mean I'm not doing the glow up on turn 1, which is fine. But I need to do that or just not play on top floor, which is also a possibility, but not the possibility that I wanted to undergo. I did this in not quite the order I meant to do it. Okay, so we move you, then we move you, and then we move you. Because I wanted to make sure that she ended with, end up front to get the armor. Because she's the only one with, like, any substantial defense to her. Like, the Firebrand is okay, but it's not the same. Not when we have to contend with the boss attacking. Who is also getting stronger regularly, but that's fine. Like, yeah, I'm wasting his revenge trigger or whatever. That's totally fine. Not a big deal. Okay. Well, we're doing pretty solid work. Gotta get rid of that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need to play that out. Why would I bother playing that out? Who would ever? It was just instinct, and that instinct was wrong. There we go. Okay. Well, unfortunately we drew the Vengeful Shards again, but, you know, what are you gonna do? And by that I mean, you're going to take 2 damage just because why not? And thus, we have defeated the first boss. Well, the first flying boss. Okay, Tome of the Lost Path I like. I also do like Sanctuary. We're not up against Dominion or Savagery now, so it's a little less necessary, but still nice. Kind of want Tome of the Lost Path. Yeah, I'll take it. Spell Chain, remove, consume, and fill fly up to the stratosphere. Yeah. Ember's Inoki is good. Not for here. We are taking Ember. Unfortunately, what I really want is something I do not have. Unchained 2, she's already got 80 Valor. No. Why would I care about Shift, gain Valor 3 when I could just not? Fuck. I didn't realize I was leaving myself with not enough for that, because that's exactly what I wanted. That was a misplay on my part. Oh well, so be it. We'll see if we can adapt to that. But that was a big... just a big mistake on my part. It's not an issue currently, but later on... it will cause me some issues. Or at least it can. Okay, here we are. Well, there's that, and then we freeze all this garbage in hand. Oh, I actually have more energy. Whoops. I totally forgot that I have extra Ember now. My bad. Okay, well. I had the same experience, had a Shade Guard crafted with overgrown armor, and I was 6 gold short of buying Smidge Stone, day was ruined. Yeah, the problem, like, I hate when I do it to myself, is the worst part. But I just don't have as good a sense for, like, just money in this game as I do in Monster Train 1. Which, like, no surprise. I have so many hours in Monster Train 1 that is not at all unexpected that I can just kind of immediately figure it out. Okay, so we're going to fly you back, and then we're going to just roll you back forward. But yeah, anyways, I definitely have that problem where I kind of routinely underestimate costs in this game by just a small amount. Nah, whatever. I guess I'm depriving myself of a little bit of Valor armor, but that's not a big deal. I think I did this slightly wrong. I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just trying to get the Valor on Fel, but it doesn't really matter. The biggest thing is just making sure that I'm shifting as much as I can. It's a lot of enemies. I could Rising Rage, but I'm pretty sure that I'd win regardless. Maybe I don't. But I think I do. Especially since I have Quick as well. Alright, well, here we go. It's not like my dudes are any sort of slouches either. Alright, I sacrificed some units, who cares? This Dominion, no, we're up against Entropy. Which is a much lower concern than Dominion. I do like Everlasting Light. I don't think we need it here, but I'm still probably going to take it. Or I take Eagle Heart. I mean, Eagle Heart is real good. But I think Everlasting Light is pretty unnecessary for me. It's cute, though. Like, it is good. It's a great equipment. I think we're just taking the Eagle Heart. Eagle Heart is very good. Truffles is cute. Not bad for me. We're going to skip him, though. Okay. Now, we're going to go here, both because I want the dupe and because I want a greed. I don't care what those are. Cursed Twin Blade I like, but... maybe worth taking here. Nah, what I was hoping for. Okay, we're making Death's Dancer number 2. Don't think we care about Void Armament. I do think I care about removing a bunch of Eager Conscripts, though. Because they are not shift material. Which makes them not a thing I personally care about at this juncture. Okay. Not quite the right arrangement, that's fine. I totally spaced out that I had enough energy for that. For some reason I thought I didn't. Well, there we go. A little bit of a waste, but that's fine. I want Truffles and Bone Dog in a deck together. You are not the first person to express that sentiment. I feel like there's one other dog that I'm forgetting about, but I couldn't tell you what the third one would be, if there is one. Okay, so let's move you so you get to be killed. Side note, but I just kind of like Death's Dancer's visual design. I think it's a cool silhouette, cool design. Oh, man. Turns out, Monster Train 2, a lot of cool designs in general. Oh no, we're getting sapped. However shall we deal? Okay, well that needs to go. I I did this a little wrong, but that's fine. We'll just move you to the back so that you can get a little bit of Valor armor. Who cares? Not a big deal. Oh no, we're being sapped. However, shall we manage with our 300 plus basic units? What terrible fate must we overcome? This is a little bit of a waste, but we're gonna do that. Yeah, pretty sure we're fine against you. Alright, look at those sweet, sweet shifts. Doesn't matter that he has 20 reanimate. Just takes a while, but we eventually chew through and get to the heart inside. This is the new I'm facing the strongest boss, whatever shall we do? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, there's Imprisoned Zephyr. That's what we wanted. It's a bit awkward. We're taking it nonetheless. It'll look a lot better once we're against flying targets. Okay, Merchant of Steel does not do anything for us. Well, nothing that we care about at the moment. We're definitely going here. Hold over doesn't matter a ton to me. I might still just take it, though. Don't think it matters. I think it's mostly just bad for me to do. Not what I was hoping for. Whatever. We're just minus cost you. Who cares? Not what I was looking for. We could do Holy Stone. I don't really care. I basically never care about Holy Stone. I see why some people like it. I absolutely fully understand why it's in the game. I overall don't think it is very meaningful, though. Alright, Dust Dancer, number 3. Using that 5 gold in the last magic shop is biting harder and harder as it goes on. Yep, that it is. Unfortunately, we kind of need to set a bottom floor because Kale's a loser, and you all know it's true. But here we are. Whatever, we'll just take the 1 damage, that's fine. It's just, I really don't want to be attacking into spikes with my dudes who have, like, no defense. So, this is our only option, essentially. We are stacking up a tiny bit of corruption, but I'm going to tell you right now, I think Fel can take it. With their 205 Valor. The one major thing is we can't use the Rising Rage, but that's okay. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Okay, and then we're not going to give quick to everybody, which is fine, because we don't explicitly want Fel to have quick right now, especially because of this, though that does cause problems now. I'm not going to do the math entirely, but so be it. It causes weird situations that will look mostly better once we actually have flying targets to hit. Okay, but we're still getting a bunch of free shifts is the most important thing of this, even if it's a little awkward in general. Okay, now Fel is going to end up in front position in the room, and we mostly kill Kale. Oh, I did fuck this up, though. Yeah, that's fine. I did miss out on some shifts with her. It's okay. But that was incorrect. Yeah. So I move you up, then we basically kill you. Don't quite kill you. Did one of my dancers die? I think they must have, and I wasn't paying attention. Train steward hitting pretty hard. That is indeed the case. How you doing, by the way, Tom? Enjoying your monster training? I heard you might have figured out the inscription follow-up event. Alright, and then Fel just goes on a murder spree. Okay, look at this go. Wings Radiance is maybe now's the time. I had the follow-up event and have a theory on how it works, but could have been coincidence. I'm curious to hear your theory, though I'm not going to confirm nor deny if you're correct, unless you really want me to, but I have not been saying what it is yet. I think we're taking Wings Radiance. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. I just want the draw at this point. How much Ember do I actually have? 6 on deployment. Yeah, we'll take the draw now. We'll take the draw. Sadly, can't do... Like, I could go to another Merchant Magic, but I do want to go to the Merchant of Arms. Oh, there's one right here. What am I talking about? Well, I guess that's what we're doing. I guess without being... trying to be too specific, pathing binary. Gotcha. Gotcha. I understand what you're saying. I wish that Hef's Hammer was better. Because again, like, with the way that deployment phase works, you need that capacity on deployment phase mostly. If this added, like, permanent capacity to the floor, great. I would use it. But it doesn't, so I don't really care. I can still take it just because it's extra attack, but I don't think we're going to. Let's take the Boiler Room mod. I'm pretty confident that I don't care. But... Unchained 3. Oh no, have to hit $75 if we want her to get multi-strike. However shall we manage such a feat? Okay, Zone of Silence, not bad, but I don't care a ton. Kind of. Fucking silencers are the worst, though. Ooh. Well, that makes my life easier. Although it does mean I'm not going to the Merchant of Magic, which is fine. Oh, except I... Oh, there's another Merchant of Arms. Okay. Well, this is going to look a little weird. We're going to do this. And call that good. If you can get 3 digits by the third forge doing something wrong with Unchained, I mean, there are plenty of easy ways to not let that happen, but... and this is the Purified Soul. Alright. God, how much HP am I willing to lose? Problem is I don't want to let the amalgams hit my pyre, but also, like, if I don't play top, letting a full wave of these guys is way more damage than the amalgams are going to do. Wait, there's a follow-up event for the Stoat? There is. I have not been spoiling it because it just seems right for, you know, to let people figure it out themselves. But a couple of people I know have seen it, so now people at least know it's there. And I think I saw a couple people who, like, actually figured out how to trigger it. But yes, there's a follow-up. I've seen the Stoat. Yeah, I meant there are people who have seen the follow-up now. And so it's not a secret that it has a follow-up. I think I need to play top. And just accept that sometimes you take damage from the terrifying amalgams, and that's life. Actually, I'm gonna play those on bottom floor. Are much more pitiful looking train stewards than last time. Okay. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I think that's okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And we're going to freeze these. And that's good enough. Yeah, the problem is I need better defense for my Death Dancers if I'm doing what I'm trying to do. Which is to say, I know that my plan is bad. I did only one time see the follow-up event, but then see him 4 or 5 times no follow. Yeah. I getcha. Yeah, unfortunately, like, as much as I want to use the Zephyr Room, we are going to run into problems. I could fly Fell down here and start murdering some things, but we're not going to. Sadly can't kill you. Well. Oops. That was not the right ordering. My bad. Hold on. Well, I try to max my shifts while also planning out other functions. Anyways, that has to go first. And then have some Valor. Okay. May as well play that out. May as well play... Except I meant to get the Ember from you dying with the boiler room. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm just going to take damage from the amalgams. It's fine. Sometimes you lose HP. And sometimes you just Rising Rage to prevent that a little bit. Yeah, this is the problem, is I do get my own dudes killed. Yeah, that doesn't change things. I could just not play out the Calcified Ember, and this would work, kind of. Problem is I just don't have good defense for these guys. It's my own fault, mind you, but... Okay, well I don't play out the Calcified Ember, but this way I'm not losing the Death Dancers, and I'm getting tons and tons of power. And here we are. And then you guys are losers, and we just gotta accept that, and so be it. I mean, I could fly Fell down there to murder. Didn't hit hold over Eagleheart? Nope. Did not. I mean, how important is Pyre HP to me, really? It's not that important. Who cares about score? Once again, I did this in not the right ordering. That's fine. I guess we'll just not use that up yet. And I probably should have. Oh well, sometimes you lose HP. God, there's so many of these guys, though. I do legitimately take a lot of damage by trying to be tricksy about this. Zephyr Room, same as Stealth Artifact, can easily screw you over. I need lots of retries to work it out. It's tedious thing, same as managing Burnout Legion of Wax Player. I don't think managing Burnout is that tedious. And I don't think this is necessarily you need retries to figure it out. But yes, it is a double-edged sword for sure. Okay, well, we'll play you out, and then we'll do this, and that still gets one of you killed. Unfortunate. Well, fine. I mean, they're gonna die anyways, since it's just sweepers all the way down now. God, I take so much damage from the amalgams. Ugh, there's even one there, too. Okay, here's the deal. Oh, I can't fly Fell down there. Because I did use your ability last turn. That's why if I get sweep unit, I'll go out of my way to quick on it. Yeah, but there's very few sweep units in Monster Train 2. At least among the new clans. I don't know, whatever, fine. We take some damage, it is what it is. Alright, whatever. I take more damage. I lost a lot of pyro health thanks to the amalgams. It's fine. Fel should be able to solo this. You know, I always forget that this is not a consume card. Alright, well. Ta-da! And then Fel just beats the shit out of him. I took so much damage on that fight, which is why I originally didn't want to set up top floor. Yeah, 52 damage is real fucking bad. But I definitely let the greed get to me. 100%. But she does have 346 Valor now, so that's a thing. Yeah, we'll take the Benediction. It's either that or we take the Demonize. I'll take the Benediction. The Demonize would be to help prevent death to... Or the Demonize is to get Dominion killed faster. That's what I'm trying to say. I am actually fairly low on HP as things go. Sure. I don't have equipment, so here we are. I almost certainly should have taken the Everlasting Light earlier, because I definitely kind of neglected the fact that I needed Valor on them. I could also just not play Zephyr Room. Like, that's entirely reasonable. But where's the fun in that? Yeah, whatever, here we are. So be it. So be it. And number 4. Yeah, so one of you is going to die, but I think that's okay for just giving me even more sweet, sweet permanent Valor and cleaving, you know, most of his health in one go. This is why Benediction earlier would be nice, but hey. Should have done that differently, but that's okay. I'm definitely not maximizing my shifts as well as I could be, but, you know, things happen. Oops, that is not the card I was trying to pick up. Alright, plenty of damage. We are losing another Death Dancer. One of you will die, but is a sacrifice I am willing to make. You're not wrong. Alright, well, I'm definitely playing clumsily, but that's okay. Yeah, fuck you, you piece of shit. We all knew that you're the worst thing to ever exist. God. All my homies hate... Oh, that is gonna get you killed, though. Because with the extra damage that these guys do, it's enough to get the kill, so we'll not buff them. We'll just play out some little friends and call it good. Yeah, oh well. Oh well. Yeah, well, once again, I lose a Death Dancer because I'm not playing this in, like, a great way. But I am getting a lot of shifts. Just that as we lose each Death Dancer, I get less and less shifts. And that's a problem, kind of. Yeah, I don't love that I'm making every enemy stronger, but that's okay. God, there's so many enemies. Yeah, but I would be taking damage from you, which I don't actually love. I mean, overall, this is pretty okay. Yeah, I take 11 damage here. So be it. That's fine. Oh, I'm actually letting you die if I do that because I didn't spend all my energy. Whoops. Yeah, it's not really any better. It's fine. It's whatever. I do actually take more pyro damage this way, though. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to think about it. That's fine. I'll take damage. It's actually more than I want to take. What's the point of having thousands of damage when most enemies are 1 HP enemy? Why don't you put all your ints on turn 1 and get them all quick? Because I don't want to. But, anyways, here we go. Oh, I could have flown him down as well for one more tick of Permanent Valor. It's okay. But yes, there are much better ways I could have played this fight. I played it this way purely because I wanted to enjoy Fel gaining a ton of power. And thus, let's fight the Titans. I'm actually going in with somewhat low HP, but there are ways that I can manage this, especially if we just don't use the Zephyr Room. Yeah, 423 Valor is pretty cool. Okay, let's play that there and let it go to waste. We've had enough shifting as is. We'll play a little more carefully for the rest of this fight. Okay, and then we're gonna freeze that. And she takes a lot of damage, but she doesn't quite die. And then she can get her Valor armor, which is very substantial. Technically, this is the wrong ordering, but that's okay. Alright, and then we just kind of beat them to death, so that's the thing. One of the challenges of Duo Champion, I got Celebrate Talos and Aggressive Edible Primordium. Barry has no synergy, but my Multi-Strike Demons sure love those two. Fair enough. That's not enough to save you, now is it? Yeah, that does work. Okay. I thought that might. Whatever. I could have played this differently. That's fine. I thought that corruption was getting applied at a different time, and I thought for a moment that that didn't work, but it absolutely does. Yep, you're a jerk. So, like, alternatively, I can just fly down here and, like, block your damage. But I still need to kill you, so I think we just leave it as is. I do take quite a bit of damage. Oh, well. Well, need to get rid of that. I will get rid of that. You still have a lot of life left, unfortunately. Alright, well, how cheeky do we want to be? I think the answer is fairly cheeky. Oops. And then we're going to Rising Rage, so you can just block him for a turn. And then, if need be, we'll just block you again this turn. But we can also give you multi or melee weakness 2, which means that you do die after you, or I guess it lies. Oh, because they healed and I still need to kill them. That's why it looks weird to me. Regardless, we have the kill. We only took 27 damage that time. I actually had to care a little bit about how much damage I was taking because I insisted on taking so much damage in the prior fights. Had I just not done that, wouldn't have mattered. But there we go. Dominion staring at the pyre menacingly is both so lame and funny. Yeah, it is weird. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. We're going to play at least one more run. That's what we're going to do. We did master more cards. I do really like Death's Dancer, but it definitely can lead to some bad situations, as you saw there, where I was really trying to maximize my shift powers and did not have the defense for it. But anyways, I think they're a cool unit. And thus, we master even a couple more cards. I am curious, what are the non-mastered banish cards? Battle Dancer, sure. Heroic Dive, I don't take all that often. I don't think Liquid Courage is that exciting. Penitent's Death Suit is a little awkward. Deadly Plunge is fine, but it is what it is. Also, I always think that it's a Descend card, because there's another card, I think it's called Heroic Dive, which has similar art, and I always think that one is the other. And then Host Guard, we just haven't seen except for, like, once. He's cool, but he's expensive, and he's a rare unit, and he's not as strong as, like, other rare units. He's still good, but he's not, like, crazy. Have you fully leveled the clans? Other than the Monster Train 1 clans, yes. I've fully leveled them all up. But I just haven't done anything with the Monster Train 2 clan, or Monster Train 1 clans yet. But I'll do that eventually. hopefully after they've done some sort of update to them, if they do an update to them, which I'm hoping they do. Anyways, we're going to play one more. I need to go refill my water first, though, so I will be back in one moment. Either we'll do random, or if anyone has any clan combo they want to see, just let me know, and we'll run that instead. Alright, I'm back. It looks like Ether wants Ardoon with Under Legion. Although he didn't specify which starter. I think we're going to do Spore Touch, because we've mostly been seeing Eager Conscript, so we'll do that. But yeah, sounds good. We'll play Ardoon, see what happens. This is the first time I have been given Selene Acolyte, which I don't hate. Although that does limit our Ardoon kind of path choices a little bit. Bloody Moon is fine, Proliferate is good, Aquas is fine. And we're up against Dominion, everyone's favorite. Okay, on deployment, draw a non-damage spell from your deck, which unfortunately is either currently going to draw Moon Ritual, or is going to draw Proliferate. Neither of which does much for us. Obviously that can change in the future, but the fact that we have the Moon Rituals means either we're going to have to get rid of them all, or there's always going to be a good chance that that's what we draw. Start a turn, friendly units gain +5/+5 if they're the only friendly unit on the floor. Like, I just don't really care about that either. Like, it's fine. I guess I'm probably going to take it, but I'm not, like, excited about it. Okay, so we have Battleborn, which is not bad. I mean, it's a little awkward, but it does gain us permanent Conduit, which does work well with the unit that has Mageblade. because the more conduit we have, the stronger he gets. Or we take Hierophant, which just incants armor 2 to friendly units, and silent units gain double the amount. The Selene Acolyte is not silent, but it would still be just a bunch of armor. Also, I think we just haven't done that one yet. We haven't. Okay, well, we're going to do Hierophant. And just, that's what we're going to do. Because that's the last one I need for our Dune, so we're going to try not to flub it like we did before. We've had a couple losses tonight, but that's fine. Yeah, let's just set you both up top. And you go there, which does mean you're gaining extra power. Managed to lose it against the Titans of the Hall at 1 HP. That feels real bad. Feels real bad. I need to remember that I have Aquaths, so I can use that to help play out garbage. I should have used that to kill this guy, but I just wanted the extra armor, since AoE armor is pretty good. Yeah, not quite. So close. Oh well. Propagate Sadness Clan Call because there's barely any buff to buff. Yes. I mean, there's still good ways you can utilize it, but it is definitely not great for me. Also, you can use it to increase enemy stuff as well, depending on like what specific source it is. Well, you can increase an enemy stat, for instance. Alright. And thus he dies. I did not use Aquaz, which means that I wasted time that I could have used it. Oh well. Silver Strike is not bad. Celestial Storm is good but expensive. Meddler is okay. Oh, okay. You're fine, Cat. Kind of with the Silver Strike. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's not ultimately what I want, but it might be useful now. And I don't hate things that are useful now, at least not entirely hate them. Fine, we'll do it. We're taking Mulch. Rod is also not bad, but we're taking Mulch. Although I would like to remove Consume on it. I like Meddler idea, but it's one of many components to collect to have a killing engine. I don't think you need to look at it that hard. Like, Meddler contributes often. And even just like putting Endless on Meddler is a good way to get just like a bunch of moon phase shifting. Because like you play it out, it does a phase shift, you can immediately activate its ability, it phase shifts again, it dies, next turn you play it out, you get another 2. There are ways to get value out of Meddler. I don't think it's particularly hard to get value from. I don't like using it all that much, but that's a personal thing. Anyways, I want remove consume on this. But I also want to just get stuff for the Selene Acolyte. But there is a Merchant of Steel there. On the other hand, maybe I want to go to the Merchant of Arms. But I think we're pretty content just doing this, I guess. Death Cap Prophet is cool, except that we're not going to be able to use that ability long term unless I make Fungi. It's a good unit, but... And especially if we're trying to do incant stuff. I'm gonna skip. So if I did this, that would bring me down to 200 exactly. The reroll brings me down to 125. That's fine. I think I'm pretty okay with that. Okay. Works for me. Obviously, there are other things I would like here, but that's fine. Okay. Well, the draw is annoying, but so be it. I do find Wanderer's Talisman pretty underwhelming, but it is what it is. It's my own choice to take it instead of skipping. Okay, this guy is going to hurt more. Oh well. Alright. So, like, I can buff the Conduit, which is worth doing. Oh, I just have enough energy for that, and I totally spaced out. My bad. Well, I took damage for no reason. Okay, well... I'm definitely not making good use of Aquaz. I'm not in love with how much damage I'm taking currently, but here we are. We're definitely going to kill you, so I don't have to deal with that shit. And we're going to kill the backliner and just try to bulk up a little bit. Must be nice having so much fire health you just flex taking Vengeful Shard hits. I mean, that's just how we roll. Unfortunately, I am probably dying to this boss at this rate. God, especially because you have so little pyre attack. I feel like maybe I wanted to do this differently. Alright, let's try it one more time. I think maybe I can survive as is, but I'm also not confident in the choices I've made. Let's try you on bottom floor, though I'm not like totally convinced by that. I'm just curious how this would work out. Because mostly, I'm afraid of this exact sort of situation. But on the other hand, it does let me play out the Spore Touches on Arduin's floor much more easily, which is appealing. But I think it ultimately doesn't fuck matter. Yeah, because we end up in a situation like this, where I'm just getting fucking murdered. I don't even have the... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even have the... full moon here, so I don't even get a sweep. Yeah, this looks a lot worse than last time. What does my Pyre do? I can activate it once per battle to give me 3 extra Ember. Yeah. I really hate how low its starting attack is. Alright, let's do this not that way. Wait, so among all Monster Train 2 champions, only Pyrobarn at 3 size? Yeah. Yeah. And that's also not true, because Bullet is also 3 capacity. And we could also just, like, have Ardoon. Like, we don't necessarily need to combo with the Selene Acolyte right now. I think we probably want to, though. I don't know. Life is Pain. We're not playing particularly well. Who is 3 capacity? Bullet is 3 capacity. The standard champion for Under Legion. Yeah, these guys just hurt more than I want them to. Not great. We are likely going to die to Dear Elibor, the wall. It's like, getting the extra Ember does fuck all for me right now. Does not matter in the slightest. Which is annoying. But it is what it is. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm exactly at 8 HP there, so he dies 1 turn earlier than I would like him to. Also, I wasn't able to get the Spore Touch on earlier, which is not great. Whatever, let's see how this goes. It's definitely better than other options, but like the fact that our Pyre sucks just means that we get like murdered here. Yeah. Anyways, we'll try that again. It's not a great start for us. My bad. God, fucking Pyre of Entropy is the worst. Absolute worst, I tell you. I mean, we're definitely taking Cleansing Water. It's very useful. And also, there's not many things that apply Spell Weakness. Alright, well, I guess we're probably doing Hierophant again because I failed before. So, enjoy us. Oh, God, I hate Pyre of Entropy, though. Like, again, it's not the worst. There are ways to manage it, and it has a lot of, like, starting HP, which makes it better than, like, Aquaths and stuff like that, but I still hate using it. But, like, again, you can see, like, last run, I had nothing to spend the energy on with Pyre of Entropy, which makes it very underwhelming. Cleansing Water value goes up tremendously. Yes, it is. Definitely much better. Much better. Yeah, I mean, like, Phoenix doesn't scale as hard as Bullet does, but Phoenix also has an active ability that can wipe whole floors. Like, especially if you're talking about Overlord, which I assume you are since you're talking about the scaling. Like, in even a moderate Phoenix build, he has the ability to, at the very least, wipe all the backliners, which is very valuable. Like, yeah, he's not going to be reaching, like, 500, 700 attack, but, like, Bullet needs help converting that into meaningful anything. Because, like, if you have a 500 attack Bullet and you don't have Trample or Multi-Strike or Melee Weakness or Wing Shield, like, if you don't have things to support that, at most he is killing one tanky frontliner since they have 500 HP. Which is good, but he is not a, like, doesn't solve all your problems just by his existence, by any means. Okay, you're gonna go there, and then we're gonna do some Meddler stuff. And we're just going to pump up our beautiful, beautiful astrologer. Active ability, face spell shield units, GG. Yeah, but there are, like, plenty of ways in clan to knock off the spell shields. And also, there aren't that many spell shield enemies. Like, yes, they exist. It's not an insane problem. And again, that's... Oh, I actually meant to play the Spear Steward there. That's fine. And again, that's something to draft around, as is the case for every champion and strategy. And again, you don't have to be taking Overlord Phoenix. Like, I do think, for the most part, some of his other paths, namely, Pyromaniac Phoenix, are quite good. Also, I think that the Spell Shield enemies probably shouldn't have Spell Shield too. Again, you can thank people who are not me for that decision. But I think they're mostly fine as is, but it does feel a little weird that they're just so oppressive to trying to kill them with spells. I feel like for having between 3 to 5 of those on a floor pretty regularly, they should probably only have Spell Shield 1, but whatever. Overlord just sounds so fun, but never works out for me. It's good. Like, there are plenty of ways to get real good value out of it. Again, it's probably not going to be the, like, end-all, be-all, solve all your problems, but it doesn't have to be to contribute. And even then, there are ways to make it, you know, that ridiculously good. I think it's just a solid path overall. And, like, Pyreborn as a whole is a pretty strong clan. They've got their problems to fix, obviously, or, you know, to like, draft around. But they're a pretty strong clan overall. I lean towards taking Starstruck here, especially since we're up against Dominion, who is just a loser. I do like Loam Coat, and I also really like Gooey Flask. I don't know that we need Gooey Flask. It's nice, and it can be used against Dominion to just sap him so he's not actually hitting the pyre. Loam Coat is good. I don't have anything that, like, explicitly is great for Loam Coat yet, but... I mean, like, I can propagate the Conduit, for sure, but, like, that's not crazy good, especially when I'm not doing Mage Blade units anymore. And I don't really want to second Calcified Ember. I think we're just taking Gooey Flask. It's just solid. There are things I would like here. We're definitely going here, though. Those are fine. We're going to not take those. We're going to redraw these. Yeah. Enjoy. Yeah, the Spore Touch is not great for us right now, but that's fine. Minus Ember per turn, also not great, but totally acceptable. Especially because it mostly isn't that bad for us. Oh boy, we're up to 7 draw, which is nice, but look at all those fun, vengeful shards we get to draw. Oh boy, so much fun. I mean, like, we don't have to worry about them too much. Like, the whole point of Pyre of Entropy is that you have extra HP to mitigate the fact that you're drawing a bunch of awful, vengeful shards. Still don't love that gameplay pattern. Really wish they would replace it with something more enjoyable. Oh, and I can't even play the Calcified Ember. I did forget about that aspect of the trial, but so be it. Well, at least we're scaling. And the fact that we already have multi-strike on him is real good. It means that we can look to just like dupe him later and we'll have a pretty strong floor. So I don't dislike that whole situation. Let's go forth. Again, unfortunately we can't use the Calcified Ember, but it is what it is. Alright, we just want to keep him alive because that's useful. Because it means that we get to hold on to more armor longer, basically. I mean, it's still okay, because once he dies, he just replaces himself with a fungi. But still, I prefer not to let him die. Probably should have done the Spore Touch. But I didn't. Just trying to get rid of his damage shield mostly, but again, the Spore Touch would have done a better job on that. Either way, we're easily handling this right here. Like, he's super dead. Because, like, our Astrologer cannot be stopped. I like Green Recruit, but I never had the space for him in the floor. Yes, that is the problem with the Green Recruit. I think he's a cool unit that is hard to utilize well because Under Legion is so space hungry, particularly when you are trying to use, like, oh, I don't know, Spore Launcher, which is one of the units that would just really benefit from Green Recruit, but can't because he's a 3 capacity unit right now. I don't want to take another Calcified Ember, but a Starstruck is good. Bloody Moon is okay. I'm going to just skip, though. And I kind of want another Gooey Flask, but again, another Calcified Ember is not great. It's not the worst, because we do actually get extra draw with the Pyre of Entropy. Kind of. Whatever. We'll take it. We'll eventually get rid of it. It's fine. Merchant of Arms is not bad. You're okay, cat. Like, we can get the Mage Blade equipment. We can get Lunacycle, Staff. There are rooms that would be appreciated. I do want to go here, I think. Though I don't have a ton of gold to spend. But, like, remove Consume on the Gooey Flask is not bad. Holdover on Starstruck is not bad. Merchant of Arms have definitely grown on me as I played more. They're very good. I don't like chasing like a single room there, which I know some people have discussed as being their playstyle. And I think that's kind of lame. And I think that if... Namely, this came up in that a lot of people were chasing like Inferno Room or Silence Room. And I feel like if people are feeling that's necessary or strong, then maybe we need to rebalance those rooms and or rebalance the enemy waves so that it is a less desirable dominant strategy. But regardless, Merchant of Arms provide a lot of value. Even if you got Smidge Stone, there's still the 2 costs making Spore Launcher hard to deploy without taking Ember Upgrade. Agreed. But which again makes it harder to take capacity from the boss upgrade, which makes it harder to... So, like, I get the argument that, like, Under Legion should desire capacity. Totally makes sense. The problem is that their units are also costed such that it's hard to take the capacity and then still be able to play out a number of units with the... So, like, again, Spore Launcher as is positioned such that you are largely looking for Smidge Stone on it. And I don't love that. I would love it if you could more easily justify taking capacity to fit an extra Spore Launcher or whatever, rather than just having to hit Smidge Stone for it to meaningfully fit on team. with Under Legion, just play bonus deployment Pyre and have an easy game? I mean, yes and no. Yes, it's helpful for them, but also I think it's boring to take the same Pyre every time, and I think it's far more interesting to random the Pyre. Same reason I random clans. It's the same sort of like, well, why would you play, you know, Under Legion Banish when you could just play X combo with X Pyre and just have an easier time? And it's like, okay, well, because I like the variety and I don't want to play the same exact strategy every time. But, like, you are correct. It is good for Under Legion. I just looked at this, totally spaced out. So there's double stack, which is pretty decent here. It's also pretty decent on the days. I mean, Lunar Priestess isn't bad for us, though. Yeah, Lunar Priestess we can probably take. Okay, so friendly units gain Conduit 1 on Slay, or start a turn, apply Daze to a front enemy unit on a random floor, or Wolos Bloodletter, plus 12 attack, and take damage. The damage isn't as big of a concern for us here, since we do have Incant Armor Ardoon. But I'm going to take Nim's Oath and just enjoy it. Well, it depends what you want. If you want to win, do this. If you want to try different things, try different things. I like winning with different circumstances rather than picking the same clan combo, same Pyre every time. I like having to overcome what I'm presented with rather than trying to give myself as optimal of a start as possible. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I kind of want this, but if I do take that, then I don't really have enough for the reroll, and I think I care about the reroll more. Because Holdover or Remove Consume are both good. Spell Chain's fine. We'll just do that. Although there are probably better... Nah, so I probably should have Spell Chain just like a Moon Ritual. It's fine, though. Some people want to get all achievements in the fastest way possible. Yeah, sure. Yes. I think that is a different thing altogether from what I was talking about. Okay, we still have enough to play this. Nim's Oath felt great in Inkbound. Monster Train 2 is too random to be great. It's okay, because it is still the front unit on every floor. So, if it were that it could hit a random enemy on the floor, I would like it less, because it would be less reliable on what enemy it hits. But like, here I know it's going to either hit the champion or it's going to hit Archeon. So, there's some value there. Also, going into the Titan fight, it can daze Savagery, which can save you a bunch of Pyre health if you care about that. So, it's fine. Kind of want to daze him again, but I'm just going to get rid of the Calcified Ember while I have the chance. I do want to play double Meddler right now, I think. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Just because it gives us a bunch of boost to the Astrologer, and also it gets 2 cards out of my deck, and that's nice. God, fucking... Gee, isn't it so nice that we draw 7 cards a turn? Isn't that just wonderful? Not at all irritating. We'll just kill you so we don't have to deal with you next turn. Like, again, it doesn't matter as much because we have extra HP on Pyre of Entropy, but I just find it so irritating to be drawing garbage for like half of my hand. And it just gets more and more an issue as we get more blights in the deck from Pyre of Entropy. And the only, like, way to play around it is just don't remove cards from your deck, and I really dislike that my run's game plan. I like, the counterplay is don't make my deck refined, or, oh, and I totally forgot to use their ability while I was being enraged. Whatever. It's not like we really need it. But yeah, I just really dislike it. Anyways, let's get rid of that. Oh, man. Yeah, Cleansing Water remains a very, very good artifact. It's, like, a little boring, and I'm not normally into the random chance to activate artifacts, but turns out it's pretty good. Imagine 45 size deck to make use of those cards, scaling with deck size. I mean, yes, you can do that. But you could also do that and not have 10 Vengeful Shards in your deck. Cat, you are taking up a good chunk of my screen. She is very much enjoying watching the action and does not want to move. Cat, please stop. Hey. Okay. Right. Well, we're gonna take Luna's Cycle Staff. I mean, Unearthed Treasure is also pretty good for us, but we're gonna take Cycle Staff. We are going to skip on those. We are going to take Capacity, even though I should take Ember. I didn't realize Monster was a household addiction. Cat has good taste. You are not wrong. Okay, well, we're going here. Cat happy with Monster Train 2 confirmed? Yes. She spent a lot of time watching me play. I love this cat dearly in many ways, but it is also... I find it especially adorable that she has taken to watching me play video games. Like, she has learned that as long as she lays horizontally below the monitor and like looks up at the monitor, she doesn't get kicked out because she's not obscuring the screen. So she just like sits there and watches me play games for hours, and it's very cute. Anyways, we're taking Hierophant too. That's what we're doing. What do we got here? 1 Capacity. Well, I kind of wish that I had seen that as an option before I took Capacity. I could get another Cycle Staff, which is a maybe. God, fuck these things. I don't know that I want a second Cycle Staff. I'm just gonna skip. Just because, like, without them being deployable, it's awkward to try to... If I don't draw them early, then they're not that useful for me. Also, how much HP does Ardoon have now? 30? Okay. So, I'm probably doing this. Yeah, I'm doing that. And then I guess we'll just give you some HP. And then I mostly just need to copy those units, basically. Namely the Astrologer. Fuck Kel the Corruptor. Worst mini-boss in the game. Alright, well, I really don't need the extra capacity now, but fine. It'll become useful later. Okay, good time to draw that. And we can fit the meddlers on the floor now, although I should have done that before I played out the spells. Kell's the reason why Luna lost their home. Well, Kell's a monster, and we all know it. Also, I probably should have had the Astrologer up front, because he is going to be way better at killing frontliners than any other unit I've got. But that's fine. Anyways, we should be in real good shape to take on Kell by the time he gets here, because we are just building up a big chunk of everything. Yeah, except I missed the collector because of my choices. Also, I didn't realize that I should have just used the Spore Touch on the collector. You can tell that I am not giving this the attention that it deserves. But yeah, this is why I needed to have him in front of, like, the meddlers. Whatever. Mistakes were made. I've deprived myself of gold, among other things. I probably should have used the Spore Touch down here. Okay. Did I need to do it that way? No. I don't know. It's fine. Alright, so let's kill... Oh, you have reanimate? I didn't realize. I mean, we don't really need to kill the backliner. I'm pretty confident that the Astrologer is going to murder. Again, this would have been working a lot better if I'd put the Astrologer closer. And or if I had... a second Astrologer. Either way, we're doing this. I played out those spells just so that I could get more cycling on the Moon Cycle Staff, since it's permanent scaling. And that seemed like the right thing to do. Okay, took a bit of damage. Who cares? Mooncaller is good. Yeah, I mean, I'll take another Calcified Ember, I guess. I could also do a Hexcalation. It's a card I don't use often, but is fine. Okay, so I'm pretty confident I want to go here to dupe the Astrologer. Can also take Steward's Quarters, which is cute. So 8. So if I did want to fit everything I want to fit on the floor, I do need this. I think I'm fine with doing that. Ooh, Hall of Mirrors is also cute. I don't think it's what we want right now. And Mitosis Cap is cute. It's maybe worth taking to make, like, another Astrologer. Got my steward unlocked by dazing Sarah for 20 turns and let the steward floor with the upgrade. Use him as a beating bag. Yeah. Do I want Mitosis Cap? The problem is, like, I am... Okay. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. It's a little weird. We should be able to get value out of it. We're not going to worry about those. Mark of Invasion. We should be able to handle... You know, it's a little annoying. Come on. Alright, we're going to play you there. You're actually good with the steward room, but mostly I just wanted you to absorb all of this garbage. Which are not quite dying yet. Oh well. Also, I probably should have played out the green recruit. I kind of forgot. / couldn't see his mana cost because the cat is in the way. Alright, so now you are dying. Right. Sorry, Meddler, but that's how it's gonna be. Cat, what are you doing? Okay, so you're still dying. I'm gonna save the gooey flask for later. Meddler having googly eyes by default is cool. It looks weird to me. Especially because, like, I don't expect that from his art. Like, when it looks like this, it looks like it's just kind of a spiral or whatever. But in practice, it's just, yeah, it looks weird to me. Okay. So that goes there. That goes there. So I still need the moon collar for that floor, but I don't have another... And yeah, I could have blocked better here. That's fine. I don't have another Meddler because I played it down there and let him get killed. Whatever. So, moon collar goes here, and then we Ritual of the Moon. Real good. We just stack up some power. Who cares? Go there. No one minds in the slightest. And we get a lot of armor off of our Dune, even if we're not getting the silent double bonus. Like, in Cant, Armor 3 is pretty good. It is definitely less impressive in Monster Train 2 than in Monster Train 1, but still good. Yeah, whatever. I'll just sap myself to oblivion. I really shouldn't, probably, but the astrologers are the main damage source, so it's not a big deal. So long as they can actually do things. And then we'll just sap those guys into oblivion. And may as well play us some Vengeful Shards. I don't know. Again, sure, we're drawing 8 cards per turn, but when on average I'm getting 3 Vengeful Shards, that doesn't fucking matter. Also, I don't... Like, drawing the 10 cards per turn also interferes with the Lunar Priestess, since I have a limit to how many cards I can draw each turn. Which also means I can't really dupe the Lunar Priestess. Like, it just irritates me. Oops. There we go. Just trying to play those out. Alright, we take a small bit of damage, and then we just kind of beat him to death, as one does. Okay, we're taking Lunacy for sure right here. Like, the rest of these are fine. We're taking Lunacy. Nope. Okay. We don't really need the healing. Alcove could be good. I do have another Astrologer now. I guess we're going here. I don't know what we would want, but there are a variety of artifacts I could hit that I'd be happy with. We don't need Ever-Churning Soil. Stardust Treat is fine, but we don't really need the Conduit. Capricious Reflection is the bane of all mankind. We'll take Attuned Whetstone. Pyrostone Housing is a bit late. Like, I can go to Merchant of Steel next. Nope, we're skipping those. I don't care about Sapsuckling Spring, though it is good. Do I care about Pyrostone Housing? I suspect the answer is no. Yeah, we'll just leave that with our chunky deck. And I think we just set up bottom floor. We might want to set up mid floor, but I think with the 83 damage cycle staff, we'll have the damage that we need. Okay, you go there, and then the priestess. Yeah, it's fine right there. Alright, start looking a bit stronger, and then... yeah, I should have played the Starstruck. This is fine, whatever. We're gonna take some damage, but... Such space, many capacity, much wow. Yeah. You are a problem. I should have played out the Green Recruit. It's not that big a deal. I don't need to kill him. I did kind of want to leave capacity open for the Meddler anyways. Okay, do I want to Mitosis Cap anything? I'm sort of okay with just Mitosis capping another Astrologer. Yeah, that's fine. Ugh. Now, if only we get the Moon Caller out. That'd be nice. Whatever, we'll just take less damage. It's not a big deal. We're probably going to heal before we hit the Titan fight. And we're going to have... Like, Pyre of Entropy has the highest amount of HP of any Pyre. Like, it's just kind of what they do. I kind of meant to play out the other Meddler that turn, but I didn't, and that's okay. And now we just gain a whole heaping gobs of power. Especially since we have the double moon cycle. And so the Astrologers get very strong, the Luna Cycle Staff gets pretty strong. I do need to be incanting more on this floor, because I am starting to suffer a bit. Now, we can't really let our Dune die. That would be bad. I mean, honestly, at this point, he can die and I'd be okay, because I still have a chunk of armor on the rest of the dudes, and they all hit for, you know, hundreds of damage. But it was still not what we were trying to do. Oh, I suppose I didn't actually need to play that. Well, I could have prevented myself from taking a little bit of damage. It's fine. Also, I realized I had a Meddler up there still that I should have activated, but it's fine. We missed out on the Cycle Staff a little bit, but that's okay. Ooh, boy. Do I want Tidal Turning? I kind of want Tidal Turning. The problem is I don't actually, like, generate a ton of Conduit. I'm just gonna skip. That's fine. And we definitely are taking Ember to mitigate our many problems. So I don't really need the dupe here. Although I do kind of want to dupe the Gooey Flask. Could also dupe the Cycle Staff. I think we're just going here and then Merchant of Magic. That's fine. I like that not taking any draw whatsoever isn't just legit, that's very common. Yes. I agree for the most part. Again, I think maybe the game dips a little too heavily into that, but I'm fine with it, especially for how prevalent it was in Monster Train 1. Alright, let's get rid of some cards, even though getting rid of cards just means we're more likely to draw the Vengeful Shards, everyone's favorite. Alright, let's go here. And, well, we're setting them on bottom floor. I maybe should make a second Cycle Staff, but so be it. Oh god, I forgot that this can be drawn from the Attuned Whetstone, which is really not what I wanted. Well, okay. There are ways to fix that. Okay, so I don't want you on the main floor. I guess we'll use the Gooey Flask right now. Oh god, I do like no damage to you. Because I can't Moon Cycle yet. That's a problem. That's a problem. There we go. Well, we're gonna take some damage, so be it. I mean, he does have sap on him. It's gonna start wearing off soon, though. But that's gonna mitigate the problem. And also, Pyre of Entropy has HP, so be it. What is HP for, if not that? Alright, well, we're sadly not killing that guy either. This is the problem with not drawing the Luna Cycle Staff early, among other things, but hey. Yeah, whatever, we took a bunch of damage, so be it. Sometimes you take damage, and sometimes you just draw 6 Vengeful Shards. Gee, so compelling. Truly the greatest Pyre of all time. God, this is why I hate this. Oh, and I didn't use the Meddler ability. I was too filled with rage. Do I want another Meddler? You know what? Have another Meddler. I don't think that's actually very good for me, but I will do it nonetheless. Okay. Yeah. We take a bunch of damage, so be it. Yeah, get cleansing watered, bastard. Now, if only that happened more often. God, why? Again, it feels really bad to draw like 6 Vengeful Shards in the same turn. Just incredibly unsatisfying. Alright, well, we at least cycled up our staff a little bit. And thus, Athane is dead. I did lose like half my health, but whatever, fine. Nope. I'm okay with taking Mushroom. That's fine. Okay, so what do we got? Holdover. I always forget that this is not a consume spell. I think it's because I often make it into a consume spell. Not helpful. Vaguely helpful, but mostly not helpful. Sure. Maybe. I also might take wing clippings now. Yeah, I mean, I'll put a holdover on this. That's fine. Well, sure. We'll just put Daze 2 on you. Probably didn't need intrinsic on that, but hey. Whatever. Oh, here we are. Oh, hey, Holy Stone with Entropy. Yeah, that's fine. Who cares? I will take wing clippings for once, unironically. And also, maybe should be taking the cycle staff here. Kind of want to dupe the gooey flask, but legitimately, this is pretty good for me. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. I was going to do the gooey flask, but it's okay. Oh, boy. Oh, there were reasons that I wanted to not set up top floor, but those are okay reasons. Whatever. Oh, I meant to not have her in front. That's okay. Whatever. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're actually going to set up not top floor. I explicitly want it to be not top floor. I want it to be mid floor or bottom floor, but it does mean I'm not going to get damage on him on the first turn. No, I will. That's fine. Because he'll still start here. I was just spacing out for a moment, but that's fine. Okay. So, because I want to be able to play the meddlers up here with impunity. Okay, and we don't take any damage, and our dudes are doing a fair bit of damage. Not an insane bit of damage, but they're doing a fair bit. And he's dazed, and now not dazed. Unfortunately, these guys are going to die to just corruption generation, which is lame. I was hoping to get the ability to daze him further. Alright, you can go here, Meddler. Absorb some hits for us. And you know what? You'll get the Mitosis Cap, even though I fully expect you to die, and that's fine. Yeah, you're just gonna kill my Meddlers, because you're a monster like that. Alright. Meddler survives. Not actually what I wanted, especially because there's a good chance that we draw the Mooncaller, and then I don't get to play her. Yeah, there's that. Alright, mistakes were made. And I don't get to daze you like I had hoped to do. But we will sap them as they ascend. And then just cry a little bit, but that's fine. I found Inferno Room very useful against Entropy and Corruption Seraphs. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, I really wanted this earlier. Unfortunately, we are wasting the discounted first card because I need to be in Full Moon for that to do anything. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Now that we can daze them every turn, we've cut out most of the problem. Although, unfortunately, we already got one round of corruption on our dudes before I could stop that. Oh well. Could also be hitting the Scourge generating guys, and that would have also been quite nice. But I didn't. Inferno Room just is straight good. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah, okay. No more. No more days, more Scourges. We have enough garbage in my deck as is. I don't need outside garbage too. Alright, whatever. Just kill that and then deal with the fucking Pyre of Entropy. Oh boy, the true joy of drawing only garbage all the time. You're still dazed. We'll just daze you. Doesn't really affect things all that much. Since again, I drew 5 Vengeful Shards. I really want them to rework it. Did I not daze the guy? I probably did it in the wrong moon phase. Well, fine. Am I really not killing all these? Well, mistakes were made, but that's fine. That's the perfect situation for Pyrogel and Revenge Artifact. Yeah, I don't remember if that actually works or not. I can't remember if it actually applies these individually or not. I think it does, but I'm doubting myself for a moment. Anyways, we have the victory here. It just fills me with deep, unyielding disdain nonetheless. We'll play those out because there's no reason to actually do anything else here. Alright, and he's dead. Oh boy, 14 damage. Most of which was my own Pyre damage. Alright, let's fight the Titans. I still have plenty of HP. We're gonna win. But, God, it just irritates me. Okay, nonetheless, we can sap Dominion. We have ways to daze Savagery. Like, we're in great shape overall. Yeah, we'll set up mid-floor, I guess. Kind of want to set up bottom floor so I can deal with the Scourge dudes when they enter. And maybe that's what I should do, but I just wasn't totally confident that I'd have all of my power built up fast enough for that. Alright, we'll just sap you to oblivion. Yeah, I can generate more armor, but we're gonna do this. We'll take a little bit of pyro damage. It's fine. Oh, I forgot to use his ability. Whoops. It's okay. Well, enjoy your mushy room. Enjoy that. God, this is just so awful. Well, we're gonna sap you a bunch. Eventually, we will draw the Starstruck to start dazing things. Perhaps should have either put a different unit in front of Ardoon, or should have, what was I trying to say? Played more of the sap, like, on that floor, I guess, is what I was trying to say. Anyway, it's fine. We have plenty of HP to burn. Although Ardoon, not looking so great. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I can't daze Entropy. Which is mostly what's killing Ardoon here. Because you have, what, 21? Oh, yeah, you're just taking too much corruption. That's mostly the problem here. Alright, well, there's not really any way for me to save Ardoon, so we're not going to try. Which is a problem, just because I kind of need... Oh, I forgot that he gains Rage on Strike. God, otherwise I would have dazed him. Yeah, that would have been nice. Oh, let's do this correctly. Okay, so let's daze you more. Alright, still gotta get through Entropy, and whatever Dominion is being worked on is fine. Okay, let's just kill you before you can do anything, so we don't have to be facing too many problems. Yeah, I don't really want you to make everything stronger. But we're gonna do this anyways. Unfortunately, if you die, you are a fair bit of my power. But we should still be okay. Yeah, like, Entropy is basically dead. Oh, that's not gonna daze yet. Well. Okay, well, one of my astrologers is dying. That's fine. It's not, like, ideal, but it is fine. Poor Savagery hasn't built up, like, any power. Because we gave him a bunch of sap earlier, and he doesn't gain the rage if he's not doing his resolve trigger. Champ with the disappearing act. Yeah. Yeah. I just, like, don't have a good enough incant deck right now. Because, like, largely because so much of my draws are the Vengeful Shards. Because, again, I'm drawing 10 cards a turn, but when I'm on average drawing, like, 5 or 6 of the Vengeful Shards, like, that doesn't help the incanting situation. There's that. That. I'm like, there are other problems in my deck, too, but, like, that was definitely a big part of it. Anyways, we win! Ta-da! Look at us go. Took 20 damage. It is less than we normally take, because I was sapping Dominion, and I was dazing Savagery. Could have dazed Dominion instead, but then I wouldn't be getting the Pyrelights, which I think is a dumb interaction. I really want them to change it so you get the Pyrelight regardless of the state of Dominion. Or just get rid of the Pyrelight altogether and rebalance the fight, so it's more meaningful if you are, like, hitting him with spells or things. Well, whatever. Here we are. We got the win. We got the win. Yeah, anyways. That was a run. Oh, boy. Anyways, just up there for the night, because that's how it goes. Yes, I know, Cat. You desperately crave attention and food. Two great things. Better together. Anyways, yeah. I'm having a good time. We're definitely just going to be playing Monster Train 2 for a while. There are some other games that I kind of want to check out coming soon, but they're not Monster Train 2, so too bad for them. Yeah. It is admittedly a little weird to me that there's a couple deck builders coming out, like, this week or next week. And I'm like, you picked a bad time to release. Like, yes, not everyone who's into deck builders is going to be playing Monster Train 2, but, like, definitely a lot of people are. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll play more Monster Train 2. That's the plan. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I will see you later. Have a nice night.